Good day, my fellow Americans and good people of the world. Today I would like to address you in regards to the state of the union that is the United States of America. In present tense, we find ourselves in a situation that is not conducive to our well-being. And it has come to the attention of many of you that things are not going in a direction that we can all mutually accord with. And so I think we need to talk it out a little bit and decide how we might be able to move forward from here in a way that is more constructive and conducive to our well-being. We are in, as they say, a loud family quarrel, and the neighbors are watching and looking on in utter shock and amazement. And it's understandable because America has fallen from grace, most definitely. We used to be a nation of such pride and prestige. We could really hold our heads up high, and our unity was strong enough that despite our quarrelsome, infighting and culture wars and these sorts of things, none of those things really ever indicated that there was something fundamentally wrong. And now we're starting to see things a little bit more clear. I believe that POTUS 47 is a indicator by which we can kind of take a temperature check of the nation, and we can see that there is quite a bit of distrust in our systems, and our government is no longer serving its proper intended use. And there are quite a bit of people that are exploiting their powers in government and using their roles to advance agendas that are self-centered instead of centered around the idea of what holds our union together. And I think the indication of POTUS 47's place in our historical reference of America is really just highlighting to us where we took a wrong turn along the way. And the indication to me seems to point towards this sense of not having a capacity for reasonable dialogue with each other anymore. And this is probably also, a product of the advancement of communication technologies that are leading people to create content and to listen to new voices that they couldn't have accessed before. And it's an attention economy, and because of that, there's not enough of the we'll say common, coherent, cohesive narrative that we can all follow along. Everybody's having a conversation individually, but instead of having a conversation with each other and sharing our insights and our ideals and our perspectives in such a way that helps us to get on the same page. And that really kind of sums up the fundamental problem, is our incapacity to communicate constructively with one another so that we can reconcile our differences and come to terms with our misunderstandings to resolve them in a way that meets the needs of now, in terms of we may not always see eye to eye, but we do have to approach a sense of like, I see that you have a perspective and you can see that I have a perspective. Now, how can we engage one another in a way that helps us to reconcile why our perspectives are so different from one another? How can we form a unification of those different worldly views and worldly experiences into such a way that helps us to understand the connecting points? I liken it to the concept of the yin-yang, where you have one side that's white with a black circle in it, and the other side is black with a white circle in it. And so the contrast of white with black and the black with the white shows that there's a distinction of different starting points, differences, but there's a little bit of each element within it. And that is a way of finding, again, the concept of a lowest common denominator. And then recognizing there is this gray area space that is a delineation between, like a demarcating line between how you establish the difference between black and white without it smearing. It's the definition of something, the refinement, the establishment of this is something other than that. And in this capacity to look at things as we all are different, coming from different places, how to be able to unite that in such a way that helps us to understand why our differences are products of our experience. And so when we take a step further back, we can see that our experiences ultimately, if you go enough degrees removed from it, are very much the same. And that is where we can start to find relatable connections with one another, instead of like in your face, looking at it most directly. The concept of like nobody sees what you see, but you can help people to gain a sensibility about where you're coming from, and from there we can be able to find and establish common ground. America doesn't have anything that serves that purpose for us. I think that government could serve that purpose, and I in fact argue that it should, because when you look at our current situation, the way things are, how we're infighting with one another, and it's factioning, and it's, some people are trying to lead us in this direction, while other people have different versions of like their ideals that they want to go in this direction. And there's really no way to reconcile those differences in such a way that actually keeps us moving forward together cohesively. Policy should be that, it's the, summary aspect of the larger story. It breaks down in like a dog roll sum up. This is what we are going to work on together collectively. This is kind of like giving us an edge case by which we can orient ourselves and move along these lines and approach it in our own ways, and work out the distinctions that best suit our sensibilities. But there's no deviating from this course and this plan and this chosen trajectory, because when we all are facing the world in the same direction and we're moving along the same terms and conditions in the same line in the same way, the chances of us succeeding together and not tearing each other apart are increased. And so looking at what is in the realm of possibility of the types of laws that we could create for ourselves that can get us to where we would want to go, we have to look at the simple elements of things. So now I want to take that sense of like, that's what we're trying to figure out here, is like, what's the one thing that we can carry through in this context that'll get us to where we intend for ourselves to arrive, and then set ourselves up for success along the way so that we can get there. So upon arrival, we actually are enjoying the fruits of our labor. Like we meant to do that. And, in the aftermath, we're not having to clean up a, mess of entanglements that didn't work out quite as we planned. But rather like, I meant to do that, and isn't that great? And look at all the things that we set ourselves up for success along the way, and we were checking off boxes along the way, like, yes, I meant to do that, success there. Yes, I meant to do that, success there. And then everybody doing that in their own way, but working together in the same direction to achieve similar goals. And our policy should be about helping us to relate that in simple terms and conditions, so that we understand, like, basically the rough draft outline of what we're trying to accomplish. So given that and understanding, that's what we need to start really using the legislative powers of government in order to bring about the type of change that we need in order to get us to where we're going. Like, that is what we have to, like, focus on now. Like, that's the point of the exercise. And in order to do that, we have to elect officials that are willing to step up to the plate and to take a whack at it, intentionally choosing that we are working on a collective consensus building approach to achieve certain intentional outcomes together. No more piecemeal solutions or expedient fixes because they don't work. They set us up for failure, because they are impartial to the larger picture of the outcome consequences of your decision making, and change is hard. It's very hard to do. But if you set up for success, small victories, and move people in the direction of incentive and sanctioning so that they naturally, spontaneously involve themselves with cooperating together to accomplish these tasks, then, the situation isn't a matter of forcing people or pushing people in a certain direction. It's rather pulling the string and guiding them along, leading them, guiding them, giving them a sense of, like, purpose and place and orientation and direction. And government needs to give that to us. And our legislation should be about doing that. No more crafting these crazy, insane laws that are, like, compiling and jumbling everything into this big mess that, most lawmakers don't even read the laws that they are creating and justifying and putting their names to and signing. And then in the aftermath, everybody's outraged that you passed that law. That's BS. And they're like, well, I didn't actually read it, so, I'm not accepting responsibility for it. Like, are you kidding me? It's your job, And so laws should be short, sweet, to the point, and they should have a sense of, sunsetting if they don't work out, but also a sense of, finding best practices so we can determine, like, well, maybe it doesn't work out in that context or that orientation, but, if we reorient ourselves, and apply it in a new way, it still works very much like it intended to work, but it just has to play out in a new orientation. And so we need to have laws that are simple, they're easy to understand, they're executable, they're enforceable, And we need to have individuals within Congress that are willing to help to co-creatively craft the language of these laws with American citizens themselves, and take into consideration all the relevant stakeholders and what they're willing to do in participation to help to achieve this and make sure it's successful. You know, government cannot be, and this is why we have so many problems, about leaving it all, the heavy lifting and all the hard work, to the people in these pinnacled stations and positions of authority. Why would we abdicate our own responsibilities and pass it over for somebody else to do the dirty work? We need to get our own hands dirty and do the work ourselves. You know, agency, capital, resource, all those things empowered within the individual, and the smallest concentration of power of the individual person makes for a much more effective form of government. That's why democracy works, because it's not about leaving it all for some other person to, you know, determine things for us and we just live out in the consequences of their decision making. Because look at the current POTUS. His decision making is terrible. His sense of jurisprudence is not oriented towards justice. You know, he doesn't get it, you know, and because he doesn't care about his actions or consequences that or what other people have to endure in the outcome of his choices, Americans are being harmed, significantly harmed and damaged. And we have a legislative body that is being led by these members of Congress who are relinquishing their duty and responsibility to the American people and helping to pinnacle power into a unitary force. And they're using that as a way to just run roughshod over everything that we have built together over the years, saying like we really need these sorts of, you know, fundamental frameworks in order for things to work for us. And so you're seeing dismantling of systems that we established to help us to solve for the intractability of many of these problems that we had. Social safety nets are being eroded. Our funding for necessary social support systems, the funding for it is being held at ransom by the dictates of a unitary power in the form of a single entity in the executive position that is determining whether or not you get to have something that Congress already said, you know, we're allocating funds for this. And that is basically allowing the executive to nullify the force function of governing through legislation. And a republic is literally all about governing through legislation. You know, when I think and I consider government, I think that the most powerful branch of government of our three-branch system currently is the justice system, because of its interpretation of law determines which direction things are going to go. But then that is put check on the power of legislative bodies that are able to narrate a sense of, yes, while it could be interpreted in such a way to result in these sorts of outcomes, we recognize the necessity for it to be firmly defined and delineated in such a way that we actually understand in simple terms what it is we're doing, where it is we're going, and how we're choosing to be able to get ourselves there, and what sort of things that we require of ourselves to accomplish that, and what sort of things we anticipate are going to help give us the justification of it's worth doing. It's worth the effort to do that. There has to be, you know, an end outcome that's like, yes, this is worth it. And legislation helps us to give that brief doggerel summary of what it is we're working towards together. and the frameworks by which the judicial branch can really interpret our sense of like, well, this is where we're wanting to go. Because then they can hear the case of like, this is where you said you want to go. Is that actually where you've arrived? And if not, what's the points of contention? Where are the conflicting interests? And then to listen to the parties come to work together to share their insights of how they interpreted things and where things led astray. Like, I interpreted the law to mean this, and this is how it outcomed for me, and I made these choices because based on my understanding of the law, this was a given, this was what was most natural, this is what I needed to do, and here are my justifications for it. You orient within that, and then you step beyond that by giving yourself over to the court to say, do you agree with my perspective? And the other side presents their case, and then the courts are supposed to help us to orient within a situational context and a historical context of law precedent, and then the fine context of where we find ourselves in that point of contention between, the letter of the law and the play out of the law in the lived experience and reality of things. And then in the sense of like, well, it didn't work out, or there is some sort of conflict here that needs to now be reconciled. There is, an intractability to the situation that needs to be accounted for. And the interpretation of the law is not to rewrite the law, but to help us to better affirm our sensibilities of this is how we, the people, interpret the law to mean. Because again, legislation is the doggerel sum up. It just gives us a starting point. The rest of it is written by the people themselves and how they live out in the experience of following the letter of that law. And when we have laws that are confusing and crash together with other laws, like things that we don't want to have happen get pushed upon us and forced upon us in order to, just get along with like passing laws. And then you look at this current state of things, and this Congress is the laziest, most worthless Congress ever in America. They have done nothing. You passed one bill of a bunch of BS all at once to try to just get it through in a sense of like, you didn't want to take the time to the methodical processing of working out, how to orient the right type of laws, befit the needs of now. Instead, it's just like, this is what we want to have, let's push it through, and then we're going to like all shape ourselves to conform to that mold. And it's not working out so great because there's a lot of pushback from people because everybody's like, no. Like, I'm not okay with those outcomes. I'm not okay with things leading out that way. It's like, wait, why is that, thrown in there? Why do you all of a sudden gain that privilege or that advantage? Like, why are we justifying the things that are not conducive to well-being for whole populations of people are now being considered justified? Because that context had to be pushed in with, some other context of like, this is how we're going to determine the laws. This is what we're going to start doing from now on, all in one big, huge bill. And it's a mess. It is a mess. And it's a huge disappointment. Americans are being let down because of that. Because Congress refused to do its job, And so you have all of these very lazy, very self-centered, very obnoxious and aggressive and rude, people in Congress that are self-serving and helping to pinnacle power in a unitary power, and abdicating their own responsibilities and screwing over their constituencies. And, the big problem about that, of course, is here we have a year of this debacle that we call an administration, and all of the underlings of this MAGA government that work in Congress, that are all just yes men to POTUS 47's whim, will, wants, that changes like the tides. The fact that these people disregarded their own constituents, refused to do town hall meetings, and then when they did do them, stood in front of their constituents and either lied bold-facedly or, tried to pass off what was happening as like, well, I think it's fine. This is perfectly fine, despite all these people sitting in the audience before them crying out in anger and frustration, in desperation to say, like, but it's not okay. You're supposed to be serving us and helping us to improve our American situation, and that's not possible if you're always, relinquishing your power over to, a unitary executive who's so many far degrees removed from the American situation that they don't care about the choices that they're making or the consequences it has at, the kitchen table concerns of everyday Americans. And so you have Congress failing people left and right and then justifying it. And now they're gerrymandering to try to, like, keep hold of control because they're terrified of the consequences that are to come, for everybody in this very dysfunctional administration to have to face, the consequences of their poor decision making. If Congress itself is bodied with governing politicians that are ready to do the good, hard, and necessary work of helping to establish law. And once again, restore the integrities of our nation that says we don't, pinnacle power into any one of our branches of government because of the dangerous effects of having one group or one branch determining outcomes for everybody else, because, it is a corruptible system. And so you see people in the court system relinquishing their power and giving it up to the executive. You see people in Congress doing this. And so we have a real distortion of the letter of the law and the interpretation of the law. And the lived experience of Americans in the outcome consequences and the aftermath of these, legal implications is that they're suffering. They're frustrated, and their grace is being frustrated. And it's the saddest thing because, the proper intended use of a government should really be about improving the situation by which people can govern themselves, and the larger government plays a small role in just helping to facilitate the means by which people can accomplish for themselves their own self-determination. Nobody wants to feel in the sense of oppression. Like you're going to go to court and the judges are, bought and sold in terms of, they're in line of, some sort of like power structure that gives them powers and permissions. So they interpret the law in such a way that gives favor for, certain people in order to disadvantage other people, because in that new framing of power structures, there's gains to be made off of the suffering of people. The government is suffering the people intentionally through its interpretation and its legislation and its execution of the law. And so our lived experience is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Justice is not being served. Justice is not being established. We are starting to see the support systems of integrity-bound systems fall to the wayside as we have people that are in the administration that like multiple roles that really do require the might of great care of many individuals so they can be focused and oriented and devoted and dedicated to their purpose and achieving, their mission objectives. have been concentrated into just a few people. And that proves and shows how little POTUS cares about the functionings of a functional democracy. You know, he just needs somebody that's going to go into that role, you know, do the things that are possible within the realm of the work that can be done in that area, and make sure it's always oriented towards, you know, the MAGAification of everything, you know, and to never question the legality of it, the morality of it, the ethics of it. And along the way, you know, experience as much as you want in terms of there's no consequences to your actions. Nobody's ever going to hold you accountable to the things that you do wrong. You know, if you exploit and you abuse your powers and your privileges, you know, that's kind of like, you know, the perks of the job. And nobody is holding them to account of that. Because the POTUS, you know, has determined that all that really matters to them is this sense of people that are constantly referring to him and giving him praise, you know, and constantly answering, you know, his ultimate question in the way that he wants you to reply, which is his ultimate question is always, who's your daddy? And he always wants to hear you say that it's him. And the unfortunate truth and the unfortunate reality about that is that there are a significant amount of people in government that are supposed to be doing very important jobs and considering things in terms of like how this is impacting the American situation, and they are not orienting themselves in such a way where that's, you know, even a matter of fact or opinion for them. It's not even on their radar. They don't even register it. They default to what POTUS 47 says. This is what is great, and this is what is MAGA. And it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. So we see these, you know, distortions of, you know, the powers of government and how they are supposed to have their proper intended use. And we're seeing a lot of dysfunction and disorderly conduct, and it's coming to a head in terms of people are being harmed. Violence is manifesting in many different forms. A lot of bad actors with nefarious intent are really thriving and flourishing. Their exploits of preying on people are really flourishing in this environment because it has been set up and staged as such where POTUS and this MAGAified form of government is really bringing about, with intention, a dog-eat-dog, mighty crush the weak, free-for-all hellscape. American citizens have been shot, some of them killed. They have been beaten, robbed, and abandoned, stolen away in the middle of the night, separated from their families, leaving their communities and, you know, their employers and their families high and dry in terms of they really were counting on that person to be there to fulfill a very important role, and then in an instant they're gone. You know, violence and terror and intimidation and the cruelty, it's all so much, you know, and it's overwhelming, right? It's like a bombardment every day. There's something new. And it's disheartening, and it's very easy to want to turn away from that. But I say to that, like, you know, there are many people that say, man, politics isn't my speed. It's not my shtick. I just want to keep my head down, and I don't want to get dragged into it. I don't want to be involved because it's just all too much, And I get it. Nobody wants to be inundated with this sense that, like, everything sucks. But you can't turn a blind eye to the truth of things. On the surface, we might see these manifestations come out, and you might be like, okay, find a way to justify, well, that's not so bad. But when you look at the underlying construct that's being developed in which these things are manifesting, as event happenings here and there, like the darker, more sinister thing about it is, like, there's this concerted effort in order to establish an absolute tyranny over these United States and to take away the personal dominion of people and to reduce them to a position of servitude for the glorification of an executive power. I'm pretty sure that's what we said we will not stand for in our Declaration of Independence. And maybe we're in this regression, because we've forgotten, like, how good we had it, But it's also probably a part of, like, the necessary friction that happens when we're going through growing pains. Our nation is, almost 250 years old. And our Constitution has really set us up for, a success only because we've all willingly submitted to it. And we have made our founding documents sacred to our institution, to our sensibilities. Like, it helps us to define and delineate who we are. And now we're seeing that being trampled and disregarded and disrespected. And it's causing bad things to happen. And maybe it's because we need to reaffirm for ourselves what it truly means to be an American. And to establish for ourselves a sense that, like, maybe our system isn't perfect yet. Maybe we need to go through a new form of evolution to change the way that we do this thing called government so that it can be more effective at weeding out unlikely individuals from serving in office who really don't have the best interests of America or people at their heart. And to make sure that we have corrective mechanisms when people start exploiting their positions of power for self-serving interests, or start using their positions of power to, affect change that harms people intentionally or unintentionally. And for us to be able to have a way to address these grievances that goes beyond just dissenting through protest or suing the government to do right by the people. We really need to imagine, right now we have a tritary system which has been, hijacked to form a unitary power that is now being directed at us like a loaded gun. And we're playing Russian roulette with our union, Every time it's loaded with some crazy plot scheme by, this mindless radical in the position of POTUS that has been pinnacled with all this power, and all these yes men in Congress are willing to write legislation to pave the way for this, new direction that POTUS is trying to take us. And, and the courts are, helping to, like, give credence to that, to give legitimacies to that, and to sanction it in such a way that says, like, we're not going to stand in the way of you executing on this in the way that you think it should be interpreted because we're yielding to the president's authority. And the problem is, like, we elected a terrible human being to represent ourselves. And, because of that, we have this sense of really being betrayed constantly on the daily. You know, even people that have been hardened MAGA loyalists are waking up into the reality that, you know, you were sold some faulty goods, you know? Like, you fell for the snake oil salesman who really had a compelling speech of like, yeah, man, we're going to get in there, we're going to do the thing, and it's not panning out for you quite as you had hoped. I honestly believe there were many Americans that voted for Donald Trump because they believed that they believed in his mantras. They believed in what he kept reinforcing and saying, man, just get me in power and I'm going to change it and make it great. And they were convinced in their head through this broad generalization, great means that, you know, I'm going to succeed too. And that's just not working out for everybody. And I don't care how much the NASDAQ or the Dow or whatever, I don't care if they're hitting historical records and all these things. To me, that signals a very dark moment in our American situation. Because what that is contrasted to is the fact that we have whole populations of people being left by the side of the road. And this is intentional. This is by design. Through policy decisions, people have been made destitute. And more people are trending in that direction because, you know, policies that we had in legislation that we had that we worked out to say, like, we probably need this because it's going to help to kind of relieve some of the pressure of, you know, like the cost of living for Americans in terms of like the affordable care, you know, subsidies. Those going away have left many people in want, and they have to decide now between like how to make ends meet, you know, and they're living in want and they're living in lack. And suddenly their American situation, which, you know, for many was not so great, but for, you know, few, they probably were just getting along. Now they've been knocked down so many notches in an instant. All for the fact that this administration doesn't want to let something succeed that they can't claim as their own. I mean, that's what it comes down to. When you look at it, it's like, it's all about branding and taking credit for everything and trying to make it seem like, you know, we're such an effective government, you know, we doing the things and all this stuff, and like self-glorification, like, and all again pinnacling to POTUS to be like, see, he's such a great leader, you know. And everybody's grandstanding around trying to like reinforce this sense of like, he's such a great, you know, leader, and he's doing so much for us, and he's being of such service, and he works so hard, and all of these things. And, you know, the man half the time cannot even explain what it is that the rest of the government's doing. He's so detached from what's happening, and then he's so detached from the lived experience of Americans. It's like, how are we justifying defaulting to somebody that's so out of touch with reality? And I get it, you know, you're in the presidential bubble or whatever, and so you don't really have that direct line, you know, connection with the American people. I argue we need to innovate that problem out, but that's no reason to be unaware of what's going on in the American situation. You can't just like, you know, look at the stock market and say everything's fine, because that's not an indicator of, you know, prosperity and wealth of the general welfare. It's showing those people who have managed somehow to accumulate capital, agency, and resource, and to, you know, hedge their bets in one form or fashion. They're able to play this casino-like, you know, vaporware, you know, investment in certain things. And, you know, I'm not trying to say that it's not an important and valuable thing in our economy, but it's not everything. And certainly not the sort of thing that anyone should argue as being the thing that we should be talking about instead of finding, you know, holistic solutions to heal the rifts and the, damage that has been done by, bad actors with nefarious intent in our nation that have done great harm, done bad things to good people. And so, it gets frustrating when I think about all these things that are happening, and Americans themselves are in this lived experience of consequences, and they're disempowered from being able to affect much change because the substance of the people has been stripped from them. Their agency, their capital, and their resource has all been, shifted to an elite concentration pocket of thriving at the expense of everybody else's capacity to thrive. And this is fundamentally the problem with the American situation right now. And so I think that we need to start looking at things and start beg the question of, what do we consider our purpose and our place of belonging here in America? And how might we come up with a means of some sort of answer that we can all agree on? But I think the fact that we may not all come up with the same exact answer is in fact the answer itself. Like, no one person should be determining the outcomes for our nation. We are multitudes. We are very varying, and our way of existing with one another is a combinatorics of like how to interrelate with one another and how to encounter people and how to build relationships and to orient ourselves in situations and how to work together to get shit done. And we don't have much in common right now in terms of accomplishing that with intention. And so we are seeing this factioning of, political ideologies and political parties. We're seeing factioning of, class, caste and race, and this division of keeping the categories and the labeling of everybody, and then like pointing the fingers and saying, my plight in life is your fault. Instead of recognizing like we're all complicit in the creation of this very bad, terrible situation of, unfortunate events that keep unfolding day by day that, shows us more and more people are suffering in the circumstances that we have created for ourselves based off of past and prior decision making. We're not working together to like resolve for that. And government, again, is supposed to be solved for the intractability of the problems, but they're ignoring that there's a problem, and in fact they're actually creating the problems. And so we're in quite a pickle. And we need to, unravel that and kind of work with it in such a sense of like, how might we untangle the messiness that's there and be able to find a common through line that we can all move forward together. And so I prepared a little bit of a writing to kind of give more structure and form to, the context that I'm presenting here. And I hope you'll bear with me a little bit of patience, because the writing, while I tried to keep it brief in a form of a doggerel sum up, it really does emphasize some very important factors in the determinations of how we can proceed forward in a more perfect union given where we are right now. So it's trying to orient ourselves of a deep understanding of our situational context, our historical context, our find context. Orient ourselves within that space of like, okay, this is, where we're at. And then find a way to move forward beyond that within means. An actual tangibility, not this far off pie in the sky, like I can't see myself, being involved with that sort of thing, but, just trust in the process and take the gigantic leap, like real functional tangibilities that we can all work on together to make this America better, because the way I see it is that we can't wait till the next presidential election to assume that things are like going to be able to be fixed. We have to start working on things and tangibilities now. And the only real way to bring that about is to find how we can activate people in an intentional way, moving along this, this designed blueprint that says we are consensus building in this way. And then use that as the framework to say, we're voting for people who are about this. Those who are saying, get me into office, coach put me in, I'm ready to play, I know the playbook, let's run with it. In such a way that isn't like, secretive and we're hiding it and pretending like we're not going to do the Project 2025 like how POTUS 47 got himself into office. No, this is transparent. It's very public. We are keeping up a constant conversation. This is what we're doing. This is what we've done. This is what we're accomplishing, and we're working through that out loud to find best practices and share our insights amongst one another and move ourselves forward in that direction. So we have a whole entire structured, ordered, executable framework that we're already living in the experience of. And then when it comes time for elections, people can use that as their platform to say, this is what we're about, this is what we're going to do. Bring in their own emphasis of like, this is how I believe through my skills, my talents, my capabilities, my willingness to put in the good work. Like, this is how I see I can expand this and make it so much more. You know what I'm saying? It reminds me, beautiful story, of this experience that I had when I was traveling across country. I encountered this space. It was a outdoor park, and it was an art park that was created with broken things, broken glass, broken plates, broken teacups, broken pieces of metal. All of these things were fused into this mortar, and different people worked on it over time and added to this huge art piece together. And it's still evolving. I mean, it was up to the point that I was there, it was still evolving with time. More art was being added to it, and everybody brought in their own interpretations. And everywhere you went, you saw these different expressions, but it was all the same art piece. And it was all in kind of like the same mode of, this is a mosaic, and we're taking the, something that's broken, and we're putting it together in a way that makes sense so that it's appealing and it achieves the outcome directives that we intended. And you work those things out together. No one person made all of that, but everybody together over time eventually created this beautiful, incredible, magnificent place of experience that people that come, that weren't a part of it still get to benefit from this structure and this form that was created. Why don't we be about that, And I see that politics is dysfunctional, and I think that's why it was so easily hijacked by a dysfunctional person, and a dysfunctional movement. It was like, they know how to come into a system and hijack the inefficiencies of the system and optimize cornering, a little system of hedging systems to skew things into their own personal benefit. Instead of looking at it as like there's an inefficiency in the system and we need to rework it in such a way that innovates out that system's inefficiency, corrects for those, corruptible aspects of it, and reorients back into like, this is what is just, fair, reasonable, right, befit the times. And so I imagine us building together this sense of structure and order and framework and living out that experience and using that as the template that it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or you're Republican or even if you are right now MAGA. you can still be a part of that experience and build it together, and you can take pride in your participation and contribution to this thing that is much bigger and much greater than any one of us alone could ever achieve. And then we can help to bring down the temperature and reduce politics down to the size of the manageabilities of, it's not about, giving the power all over to, one person that's going to lead the charge and, take us there, but rather understanding we really value our democracy. We value the fact that we have our independence and our freedom and our liberty, and in our lived experiences, wholly ours our own to dictate and determine, to each their own, as long as we're not stepping on each other's toes or screwing each other over, But that's why we have rules and boundaries and regulations to make sure there's fair gameplay for everybody. But if we have something that we can work on together that is not about a party faction, but it's about a participation, a public participation in the establishment of something that we are building to benefit ourselves, each other, and to benefit our children for future generations. And then we're putting government into its proper intended use, which is, it has a problem to solve, right? Solve for the intractability of the problem that this is what we're trying to work on together. This is what we've decided we're going to accomplish. Man, but we hit a snag and a snare here. There's things got out of whack, and there's a little bit of entanglement. How do we parse through, all of the jumbledness and find a way to orient ourselves to a better understanding? And then, again, we'll start electing people that are intent on helping us to execute this collective mission that we've all designated for ourselves. And so I'll read a little bit of my writing in terms of helping to frame and orient this with more structure and order than just me riffing off the top of my head. I took so much time today to really craft this. I've been working on this for quite a few days now, and really just trying to understand what it is that I wanted to express. And I found myself leading into this sense of we're in a troubled situation, our democracy is on the line, bad shit keeps happening to good people. It doesn't have to be this way. We all want for change, but we don't seem to have any great goal in common. How can we get ourselves set up for success so we can move beyond all of this and somehow come out on the other end with something that is going to be good for the best interest of everybody? And then how can people be called to serve? So today our democracy calls on us here and now to preserve our Constitution and reaffirm our union. We must remember why we are here. Our Declaration of Independence gave us ultimate permission slips to move in a direction that we deemed most advisable and reasonable, fair, right, and just. But given the basic structure of circumstance and the comprehensive catalog of our current predicaments, we must now ask the following questions put to the following frame. What does America stand for? What will we not stand for? How will we stand up to the forces working against our collective best interests? And what are we going to do about this? And so it begins. We start with the reflections on POTUS himself. I'm going to do my best to not be offensive, because I don't think that it serves the purpose of my intention to try to cast POTUS 47 as an enemy. He's a very misguided man, and that needs, a moderating influence to set him straight. Donald Trump is not an upright man, and there is no concealing it. He is renowned internationally for his faulty logics, his crude tactics, his unrefined temperament, and for making assault on every vestige of dignity, morality, decency, sovereignty, the rule of law, and the norms of a polite society. Every institution of integrity, he seeks to defile and disgrace them with the taint of his polluted thinking and his repulsive conduct and his deplorable character. He insults the intelligence of everybody by dumping on us these viral stamps of his dumbing down in the public discourse. He uses political dialogue to inject his ranting and his raving and his pissing and his moaning and his complaining and his incoherent babble into the minds of impressionable people and free thinkers alike, all to the point that he has reduced us all to the lowest standard of what is considered respectable or acceptable social behavior. In short, he is a social degenerate, and he is disrespectful, and he is a senile old coot. He spends most of his time trolling and slandering, threatening and complaining, and it is impossible to fathom how he has any time at all. How does he have any time? Given all the time that he's spending on social media praising himself and hating on everyone else, how does he have any time to actually lead the nation? He doesn't. That's why things are so messed up. Now let's consider his sense of jurisprudence. His interpretation of the law, and especially the constitutional law, appears fairly obvious when you listen to the savage and repulsive details of his speech, his conduct, and his policies. He's a con artist. He's dressed up like a businessman who has only ever really succeeded at making money off of a brand identity, which makes it even more disappointing and ridiculous for the fact that he has somehow managed to disgrace and turn America's identity and its brand into a mockery on the world stage, while he's amplifying at the same time his own family name. And he's profiting off of that immensely, using his position as POTUS. What he's done for the betterment of the people, other than his own family, of course, reduces itself down to, well, if you don't have enough to bid for favor through extravagant bribes, then there's very little to record by way of his service to improve your life as POTUS. There's not much to point at that you can say, that's something the president did to benefit me. The policies that he chooses to advance are lacking in substance and significance, to the point that you could actually be able to point to it and distinguish it as a material improvement for the American situation overall. Nothing that he does benefits every American. The people broadly and generally are ignored. His hollow platitudes and his campaign promises have largely been unmet, and they have mutated into this violent form of oppression and authoritarianism with a fascistic kink. There's hardly a thing that is worthwhile in terms of mentioning, other than to say that there are many ill treatments of people because of his policies. Mass deportations, terrorizing cities and towns, traumatizing children, masked, untrained, unrestrained agents are playing like soldiers in the streets, rounding up people, executing others. and leaving everybody in a general sense of generational trauma. Mass deportations, as he had claimed in his campaign, was the one factor that they were going to focus on most, has become this green light of wasting taxpayer funds on establishing concentration camps and a paramilitary force, and establishing a propaganda machine that incites violence among weak minds, and then invites them to join the ranks with of the paramilitary force with the promise of high pay, extravagant bonuses, all as long as they're willing to do any of the dirty work that the executive racist agenda says we're doing this in order to cleanse America. Peace has now been abandoned for a bloody pact among the world's warmongers who mutually assure the destruction of democracies and the freedoms of people, all in exchange for carving out for themselves empires through invasion, occupation, genocide, and violence. They're using money, power, and influence from their positions of power and governments to pave the way for a luxury resort-like experience to reward themselves with the spoils as the victors. Violence is on the streets. In no way can we economically make sense of anything. People are having a hard time making ends meet. Part of that is because the majority of the population has been set at a disadvantage and reduced to a labor force wage that is stagnant, inadequate, and frankly an insult to your tremendous value, contribution, and worth. New jobs are not being created because nobody can seriously build anything in this hostile, unpredictable, swirling vortex of incompetent leadership. What we are seeing is where greed meets techno-oligarchic monopolization and the hoarding of all agency, resource, and capital into the hands of a few who have rigged the systems of economics and politics into favor of themselves alone, offering the rest of us nothing but bread and circus, all with show and spectacle of propaganda that is constantly reinforcing to you and shoving down your throat that this is the way things are gonna be. We are constantly living with fear in our hearts, fear in our minds, and no one to turn to govern on our behalf with the guidance of how to save ourselves from this destruction, how to keep ourselves protected. The use of fear and violence is how POTUS 47 and his MAGA government seek to bind the nation, not with unity, but with oppression. Nobody can be at peace in this America because the government is occupied by a violent cartel of ruthless predators with the nefarious intent to harm anyone that they choose to target and destroy anything that stands in their way. So let's get this straight. Nobody should be placing trust in the government as it is. This debacle that we're in, this form of governance, is not some sort of calculated precision execution of a brilliant strategy. It's sort of this very depressing and tragic accident of a series of unfortunate events that are unfolding under the most unfathomable conditions of a three-branch government system that's been pinnacled into this collective power of a unitary force that is being executed in such a way by mindless radicals who do not care about you. So in the final analysis, there are three truths that hold fast in this current situation. Violence breeds violence, hurt people, and things not of integrity always fall apart. So that's where we're at. Now let's consider the broader governance of the government under the MAGA banner. It has increased its mastery over the dominion of U.S. citizens, causing them to have less freedom, less liberty, and less say over their own personal lives, and a diminishment of their capacity to be self-governed. The MAGA plot scheme has been to outrage everybody to the point where it can be justified for the government to amass outsized power, to respond in force, to discharge those who have risen up in civil disobedience, and they have altered our willing submission to our government and replaced it with a forced subservience. Career civil servants and non-partisan federal workers who have worked hard to uphold the inner workings of our government have been replaced with incompetent civil servants that play favor to their one master, who constantly demands their adoring praise in response to his question, "Who's your daddy?" Men have been abdicating their power and their man cards in order to maintain presence in involvement and belonging in a system of favoritism, within the reach of his favor and out of the reach of his wrath. Women have shamelessly submitted themselves to become bait or apologists to tempt the masses to misplace their trust even further in this untrustworthy man. And now we turn to the sad truth that MAGA government exploits weakness. It preys on the vulnerable. It turns a blind eye and covers up violence done to innocents, and it uses force to control the population. I am deeply saddened by the continued exploitation and suffering of the sisterhood of the Epstein survivors, who are being denied what they need to be made whole so that they can heal. This is happening by way of a concerted effort on behalf of the government to protect predators who did violence against innocents. When we look at the immigration system, children are being separated from their families, or they're being imprisoned and forced into enduring deplorable conditions that are inhumane and violate human rights. The innocence of children is being stolen from them because the government refuses to care for them. The government refuses to respect all lives, to treat people with dignity, to honor their personal dominion, to give them the justice of a equal justice under the law. And it's all happening because this government has no idea how to deal with immigration, has no idea how to administer anything. And those are just some of the hot button topics of our present circumstance that people keep relating back into, because it really is a deep indicator of how terribly bad things have gotten for good people in America. The people who should be cared for and cared about and protected the most, the weakest and the most vulnerable in our society. You know, people who have survived traumatization and great harm done to them. These people need our love, our care, our respect, our appreciation, our intention to help to make them whole and heal, you know, with a healing balm of a sense of, we want to do right by you. Those people who deserve our love and our care, and the might of great care of government serving on their behalf to help to restore them to wholeness, they're being abandoned, and in fact harmed even more so by the way that this government is treating them, mistreating them. And it's just wrong. Now to return back to our profiteering president. He lives in a land of illusions and in the realm of glamour, and he's closed his eyes and covered his ears to the tragedy that America is facing, because he refuses to reconcile the truth with the fact that all he has ever done is distort reality with false narratives, false promises, and a whole lot of hate-filled rhetoric. He disrespects the vast house of monuments and institutions that we, as a collective embodiment of America, have built together over time. These are the people's property, our shared prosperity, and he disrespects all of that by redesigning them in order to turn them into vessels to pay homage to his own sense of self-importance and greatness. He is a self-centered, self-celebratory embodiment of the betrayal of a leader that does not serve the interest of the people. He betrays our common right to call America our collective home, and he makes this a place that not everyone can belong. So, I've been mulling over this question in my head for the past few days. Can the great edifice of American glory, pride, and prestige ever be wholly restored and scrubbed clean of the greed and self-centeredness of POTUS 47? At present, we can only speculate whether that's possible, because we are living in the deep of it. POTUS and MAGA are not interested in setting things right, or making amends, or restoring integrities, or doing right by the people, or making a reconciliation between, all of the disadvantages in society that hold people back and prevent people from thriving or prospering or even surviving in many cases, because it's too much work to administer in that way. They're too wholly focused on rigging systems and schemes to favor themselves in personal gains and advantages. It's corruption. Bold face, blatant, can't call it anything else, simplest terms, corruption. Both by day and by night, POTUS 47 and MAGA do not refrain from taking advantage of the trust that we misplaced in them. POTUS 47 and MAGA delight in the carnage of violent military action and blood that is stained on the hands of our service members who have been ordered to conduct strikes on targets that have left us with the question of what is going to be the karmatic retribution of time when these seemingly blatant illegal ramifications come calling home and ask us to face the consequences of our actions. It hurts my heart that our armed forces are being used as if they're nothing more than cannon fodder, warm bodies to fill a position and follow orders, and not considered for the fact that they're human beings who are going to have to live with the consequences of their actions that they were forced to take because they were ordered to do so by somebody who was not considerate of the fact that these people are going to have to carry this burden for their lives. Going around randomly executing people who are on boats, in some far-off distant place under the guise of, narcotics control, doesn't really, the ends don't justify the means, especially because you're putting people in a position of power and authority in the form of military into this dangerous, situation where they have to reconcile that somehow. And it's never going to be enough to reconcile doing something wrong with the sense that you were just following orders. This will eat at them inside. It will do great harm to them. It's going to be extremely difficult. I was a caregiver for, disabled and retired veterans. And I listened to their lived experiences, and I know the cost that they all pay in order to do what they do, and then the cost that their families pay. it is, to me, there is no way to justify the military activity that is happening right now, and then the political staging of setting up these, potential conflicts with Iran, and these, military exercises of invading foreign countries and then threatening other countries that we're going to, not take it off the table, the potential to use military force to take over somebody else's, property because we think that we should possess it. Like, these are things that cannot reconcile with the fact that we are forcing our military members into this very difficult situation in which the consequences of their lived experience in the aftermath is going to challenge them in such ways that they may never be able to be made whole. And it's wrong to do that, especially when you look at the way that veterans are being treated and so many of their vitally necessary services are being cut off under the guise of Doge efficiencies. And these people that served our country and did terribly god-awful things, when you look at it in the specifics and the details, like, you took lives. But having to reconcile that into I was following orders and I was doing this and we're justified because we don't go to, do military exercises all willy-nilly and on a whim, and we can't say that anymore because that is exactly what this administration is doing, on will and whim and want, based without any sensibilities of logics, no true justifications and no legal orientations. They're just going in and executing people and then forcing our service members into this situation of living with this conscious guilt of, did I do the right thing? I was doing right by my country, right? By following these orders, but did I do the right thing? Like, we shouldn't have a government that tries to justify the execution of innocent people from a distance just because we can. No nation can call itself respectable if it will follow the commands and orders that fulfill the demands of a ruler who hurts and harms and is predisposed to anger and retaliation. Blameworthy is his conduct. The MAGA government is actively trying to undermine the foundations of our democracy and fold as many people as possible into these rigged pitfalls that are manifesting because of the disintegration of our union. People are set at a disadvantage. They are being disempowered so that they can't rise up and take back the power of the people in order to restore our nation back into wholeness and integrity. See a government that doesn't know how to administer, but only knows how to control people and do things to people instead of doing things for people. They need you to be oppressed. They need you in that docile state because that's their only source of strength. Just remember that. And remember this, that we can't get back that which is no longer there. If we lose our democracy, we lose our life, our liberty, our pursuit of happiness. We lose our justice for all. We lose our preamble promise. And then what are we? But a bunch of people corralled together within the confines of a landmass, all held under this oppressive control of a government that dictates to you what to do, what to think, what to feel. Nobody should want for outcomes like that. So now I turn to you, my fellow Americans, and good people of the world. You may be thinking that this mess of government is not yours to deal with. This isn't your problem to smooth over or fix up. You keep telling yourself that this is not your responsibility, but I'm here to tell you that it is. Our nation was founded by people who got their hands dirty and worked intentionally to sever ties of a government that was oppressing them, that was working against their collective best interests, that prevented them from thriving, that denied them their right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. We said, no, that's inalienable. You cannot take that away from any of us. That belongs to each of us, damn it. And for everything that our founding fathers and the first peoples of America, not just in the sense of the first Americans brought into America under the umbrella of our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence, but also all the people that came before, to which we imposed our will, our whim, and our want upon. We stole land from people in order to claim it as our own. And we have done disservice to be able to reconcile for that grave injustice. But even still, we stand today as a nation of people that are united because of the fact that there were enough of us that came together at the right time, in the right ways, and for the right reasons, to set ourselves up for success with the intention of wanting to endear ourselves to an ideal that was enduring for our posterity. And now it's incumbent upon us to take up that torch of responsibility to continue our progress and our evolution of our nation. If not for the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the toil of honest citizens who labored to form a more perfect union, we would not be a nation today. Now, there's a tremendous amount of ideas that I have floating around in my head constantly, and I'm working them out in a formulaic, salutable form so that we can solve for the intractabilities of our situation. I imagine that America, again, needs to work on building something together that can bring us together so that we can't get torn apart ever again. So that our, political parties can be put in their proper intended use of helping us to imagine the potentials of moving ourselves in certain directions and work within the systems with what we got to bring about those futures in such a way of understanding. We have to have continuity, we have to have consistency, we have to have legitimacy, things have to be enduring, and we have to build upon those things which we already have, sunset out the useless and the antiquated and ascend up the things that are going to help us, achieve and accomplish that which is our responsibility and duty to take on today, so that we can set ourselves up for success for better outcomes in the future. And so we need to work on that project together so that our political parties are not about pitting against sides, but rather how we're choosing to participate. What are we going to do to advance this collective agenda together? I believe that the collective best interest of America is to orient ourselves within this, identity, an architectural identity for America to develop and build out in that more perfect union of welfaring stewardship, which is to accomplish the concept of eudaimonia, which is to be well. And to live in such a state of understanding like it's another one of our inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and stewardship, orienting towards eudaimonia. So with life, liberty, happiness, and eudaimonia, we have everything that we need in order to give ourselves the incentive to say, that's why we do what we do. And it's absolutely worth doing the hard work to bring it about, because all of those things is enough for us to agree that America is a place worth defending. And within that framework, we can orient ourselves in terms of what sort of initiatives we're going to take on to bring about this paradigm of, American situation, our lived experience reality, where we can reflect every day and say, yes, this is my life, this is my liberty, this is my happiness, I am in eudaimonia. It is a state of being for me, and to the point where it becomes second nature, not to the point where, we become so, immersed in the experience that we forget to respect the fact of the hard work that it takes to maintain it. Don't become, complacent about it. Always be vigilant, and remain consciously aware of this takes our active, willing contribution, participation, and submission to this sense that this is what is just, fair, reasonable, and right for us. And, within that helps us to achieve the ultimate, the objective of government. Again, its purpose is to solve for the intractability of problems, but its objective is to bring about the preamble promise, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We bring that about. That's our objective. It's but how? The ever important question of how can we do this thing that we're agreeing on, that we want to take on as our intents and purpose, the whole point of the exercise here. And that's to, take on these initiatives of we're stewarding for the welfare of people so that we can fare well in our lives and be able to live in the lived reality experience of the good life, and knowing that the systems are being optimized so everybody gets to live that experience. And we are committed to make sure that, nobody's getting left behind, nobody's being kept behind, nobody's being set at a disadvantage. And we really are concerned with how do we make America work for everybody. And our initiatives are about building out those fundamental frameworks that give us the structure, the order, the means by which we have a principled foundation to build upon. It's the blueprints, it's the understanding of the processes and the procedures and the protocols, the sensibilities of, our social and civic ideals that we have to mutually agree on, at least in a baseline fundamental sense of we have to agree that we're all doing this together because it matters to all of us, the success of everyone, because your success is my success, and America's success really makes the difference in terms of what it means when you say, I'm living the good life. And you should want to make that a very expansive, open-ended question, because it's a lived answer over time. And it is always getting better. You know what I'm saying? And let's be reasonable about it. We're getting nowhere in fighting with politics and trying to assume one party knows better over the other. Everybody has really great ideas. when you break away the vitriol, the violence, and the hatred, and, you know, the crudeness and the cruelty and all of that stuff away, people can be distilled down to good humanity. It's a common theme in all of our hearts. Everybody has the capacity for goodness. And that can be brought out when you are inspired by this modeling in society that says, bring your best. Because when you're at your best, you belong, and you belong here, and you serve a purpose. And we are greatly appreciative of all that you do in service to keeping the system going for all of us. We need you. The world needs you. You're important. You're valid. You're valuable. You matter. You know? And to not, like, dictate to people what that is or what that means for them, but to give them the capacity to discover for themselves where they belong, to do the best service to the world. Inspire them, encourage them, educate them. You know, give them a sense of, like, you know, it doesn't matter where you come from, but it does matter the fact that you're facing the same direction as the rest of us, and we're all choosing to go forward together, and freedom going with us along the way. And to do our best, not to make matters worse, not to make things harder on each other. You know, don't take pleasure in causing pain, you know, and find ways to create healing balms for those who are in pain and suffering. Help them through the grieving process to the point where they can come into acceptance and live out from that experience refined and better and more mature and more able to be of better service to the world. Like, we're all one big family, and we're all raising each other, you know, and we should want to raise everybody up to a higher standard of a lived experience that is enriching and inviting and compelling, and something that we would want for ourselves, for others, and for our children. In a sense of, we're not trying to rig systems of, you know, rigidity to the point where, you know, our children are going to be conformed to this very limited experience. We keep it fluid and open and expansive, and always looking for, you know, the point of least resistance that can advance the best practices to help things to move along a continuum of progress, leading in a direction that is imperishable in terms of we're establishing a world of peace and tranquility and order and reason. And, you know, it's not this, like, random pie in the sky sort of notion. It's just literally talking about getting everybody on the same page and willing to work together to accomplish something amazing, you know? And so I'm calling to service the American people, you know. What I imagine in terms of our frameworks, we really have to solve for some of the most challenging predicaments that we're in. And we need to do so in such a way where we're not fighting against the old system, but we are establishing a new higher order that makes the old system obsolete. We're trying to reference ourselves in this framework that says that we all have a part to play. We need each other. You know, none of us are an island. We're not autonomous. You know, if we don't have each other, then we don't have a chance in hell to make it through it. You know what I'm saying? And so when I envision government, I envision it very much in a strategic way. My, you know, military science mindset always comes to the fore, and I look at government as this engineering problem, but it's also this strategy of execution and organization and objectives and intentions and best practices, and we have to make everything just work as best we can in understanding all the variables that exist in a scenario universe and try to answer for those in a way that we can be malleable, adaptable, mobile, efficient, given, befit the times and the needs of now, so that we are not caught off guard or put in a situation where we are set at a disadvantage or completely immobilized. So I think in this military strategy that our nation is moving kind of like a convoy, and we have people that are really far advanced down the line of our progress in terms of accomplishing great and amazing things in society, but there are so many people that are being left behind and by the side of the road. And there's many gap spaces in between, the differences between the haves and the have-nots. And the fact of the thing that you have varies, and so we have all these different gap spaces between different levels of people where some have more gains of advantage in some realm where other people are falling short. And so there's so many inconsistencies in terms of, like, when you look at the American situation, the American experience, it's really hard to point to any one thing and say, like, that's the American dream and you're living it. You know what I'm saying? So the sense of having a continuity, we're all moving in the same direction together. We're all at different vantage points, but we're moving along together, and we're operating off of the sense that we're trying to make America work for everyone. Nobody's disadvantaged, nobody's left behind or kept behind. So we have to shore up our weaknesses and close those gaps with intention, which means that we have to be able to metric that and understand, well, what does this shortfall represent? Fundamentally, first principles, what is the root cause of this problem, and get at it with a solution that hopefully intentionally, and the best way to approach it is to solve for that problem in such a way that actually innovates out so many other relative points of contention that are other festering problems in society. So it's like, the small stone, big ripple effect, that, you only have to do one thing in the right way, at the right time, for the right reasons, and it can profoundly shift the way that we move forward in terms of we're no longer struggling to solve for these intractable problems because they've been innovated out. And so thinking about that with intention and looking at the broad scope of, like, our present situation and what we need to solve for now that is going to give us the best chances of succeeding together at moving forward, building up this framework that can give us this, the common project that we're all working on together, and use government as this, unifying instrument of helping us to exact change in big progressive ways that also help us to retain comfortable conservation so we don't get things out of hand, and get us into mutual accord and account and sensibilities of alignments with, like, factors of, like, being able to contract ourselves in such a way where we know the terms and the conditions, the limits and, the boundaries and the expectations for it. And government then becomes in service to helping us to bring about this world change that we're already working on together socially, culturally, and collectively. And so I imagine this requiring us to start taking on initiative projects that will eventually, as we live out the experience and find the best practices and protocols over time, will help us to be able to identify it, to do the, doggerel sum up in the form of legislation that helps us to, like, really impress and imprint and codify it in our systems so that we can keep the appropriate checks and balances when things go astray or go awry, in order to reassert recorrection, reorientation back into moving in the right direction, so that, we're not causing harm, but we're also not ignoring, when something isn't quite working the way that it should. And we get at the problems with an intention that we're really focused on critiquing the system and tinkering with it and making adjustments where necessary to make it, again, malleable, adaptable, and efficient, and making sure that we're not setting ourselves up for failure by forcing ourselves to conform to something that, given that context historically, situationally, in fine context, maybe doesn't apply in these new standards of our lived experience based off of external variables that are beyond our control, now have been brought into gameplay, and we cannot be answerable to those sorts of things. But what we can work on is making adjustments in our ontology, the way that we live, and our rhetoric, the lived narrative to explain, this is the American situation, explain that to ourselves. We can change those things, and we can change them in such a way that helps us to better understand where we are, when we are, and thus who we are, so we can make the best decisions that are informed based off of facts and figures and understandings of, like, we've metriced this, we, played out the, scenarios, and we revealed that this does have the best potential to do the best service to the world. So we're going to focus on getting that done. But if something happens in this way or that way, it is a shortfall and it's a potential, negative thing. How might we be able to switch to some sort of auxiliary system that's on standby that can help us to get through, these troubling times until we can possibly reconverge back in with the original legacy line, where it's intended to have been, most effective. Like, we have to be able to be light on our feet, and be responsive to the situations that we find ourselves in. We can only do that if we understand where we are, when we are, who we are, what we're working towards, what this is all about, the point of the exercise, our purpose, our place, our sense of being, like, America is made for this. And for everybody to understand and be on the same page about what this stands for, And so looking at the broad picture of what we can start working on together to help, right the ship of state into a new orientation that helps to allow people to let go of this desperate cling to, this new form of government that's trying to emerge itself, that is highly destructive and harmful to, the best of humanity, in the form of this grotesque mutation that lives by the acronym that essentially distills itself down to, like, worst practices and optimizing for the worst case scenario, sort of thing, and refocus ourselves into diverging from that continuum. It's not leading us anywhere anybody will really want to go, because eventually down the line things are going to start to fall apart even worse than they are right now, and it's going to be just bad outcomes for everybody across the board. And I want to save us from that imminent, impending doom, diverge onto a continuum of an imperishable world peace. We really are evolving ourselves consciously and intentionally and designedly, so that we're giving ourselves the best chance to live out an experience that is a welcoming situation that everybody can thrive on. And so the project proposals that I really think would do the best service to the world given the current circumstances and situation is to establish a few concepts. First one being reimagining the Homestead Act to create a means of scaffolding for people's lives to get people immediately off of the streets and out of this houseless orientation into, private domiciles that are their own safe home space from which they can work out their life experience to establish a sense of self-reliance, self-sufficiency, self-determination, and therefore become less of a burden to society, especially in terms of eliminating, houselessness, hooliganism, and the lowest rung of poverty, and to clean up our streets and make them more beautiful and livable and habitable, and places that are reflective of a thriving society that does not have a baseline standard set at these subhuman conditions, but rather this sense of thrivability and livability and habitability and beautification. And instead of hiding the problems and pretending like they're not there, or skirting people off into these different places and cornering them into, out of sight, out of mind, rather we integrate them into the framework of our cityscapes and create these beautiful places of belonging for people to, integrate seamlessly within the fabric of our cityscapes that help to improve the utility and the beautification of these cities, and to do so with a minimal amount of resources, but optimized for the most sustainable form of living for people that are in the most precarious situations, so that from that position it's a standard of stability that reinforces their capacity to build themselves up from these basic fundamental building blocks of the supports of being safe, fed, clothed, housed, and encouraged to involve with the rest of society, because their place of belonging is wholly theirs, and it is not conditional, but it does require from them the intentional personal development to fully integrate back into society, to help us work together on this collective best interest of advancing the baseline fundamental criterion standard of society, and everybody is raised up to that position. It's going to take their intentional involvement to level up into that position. There are going to be some people that are going to need more supports in order for that to happen, but we are orienting ourselves to work towards accomplishing those things together, and not optimizing in a system of, welfare supports, or, empowering organizations to do limited piecemeal solutions to things, but rather saying this is our standard, and we all got to work together to exact that change and make it consistent and maintain it over time. Everybody has a part to play, a role to play in accomplishing this, and people are going to have to be called to service to do the good work to bring that about. And so we need to employ people to do that. And so, we're going to create a lot of jobs, and there's lots of work to be done just to make sure that we are, leveling people's lives up to the point where they can achieve a criterion standard of society. And we're establishing these, city frameworks that have consistency and continuity across the nation, that establishes that baseline standard of America, does the good work to make sure that all of our cities are accommodating, provisioning, stewarding, supporting, and caring for people to make sure that they live the good life. And really focusing on empowering people to take on entrepreneurship in their own special way of choosing to be of service to help us to bring about these outcomes that we agree together that we need to achieve. And building out these, baseline standards of domicile and belonging, and then creating more opportunities for leveling up out of that position into more stabilized, or into rather the actual frameworks of our existing housing stock, and call to service people to intentionally bring up to par a lot of buildings that are falling into disrepair and are no longer habitable, bring them back up to scale, or to, remove them and replace them with something that can serve the interest of making sure everybody has a safe home space to live out their lives, and to work towards developing those things together over time. And there's a lot of work to be done in that. Building a house isn't just about, everybody that builds the raw materials and the transport the materials and the, workers building up the housing structures, and then, people coming in, moving in, and living in it, and then buildings being maintained over time. There is all of that work, but there's also the work of understanding like how we are organizing and orienting and making sure we're developing in such a way where we're not like boxing ourselves into, these dire predicaments down the road, where we've overextended our resources in an area, or we've built out, these, permanent structures that actually prevent us from being able to expand in ways that we're going to need more expansion for down the line. So we have to be able to be conscious of that. So we need, city planners to really work together with this sense of like we are trying to seamlessly integrate this new version of domiciles into the framework of our society, and then build from there a scaffolding up into more, larger living spaces, so that people can level themselves up to eventually have a clear, distinguished, designated pathway to home ownership, so that people can achieve the generational wealth development from, home ownership, and to make that a potential for everybody to access by creating a pooling of housing stock that is not a part of the common, commerce section, where it's not transactable in the legacy sense, but rather it stays within the pool of the Commonwealth resource, our common resource pooling of our housing stock, that is about making sure there's always a house for everybody, and that everybody can move into that based off of their needs. And then, we barter and we trade and we transact and we move and shift people as, needs change over time, whether you're growing your family and you're having more children, and so you need more rooms in your house, or if, you're moving to a new area and you're taking on a new job and you need to have a place to settle there, and so you're leaving your old house behind. But those housing options then become open in a market that is, again, oriented towards keeping people housed. And then we still have our legacy, commodified housing system, as we have now, where, people build their wealth off of their houses, and the ultimate goal is to get people from the position of transacting in these pooling of houses that do gain value and mature value over time, and that value follows you as you move to these different houses, and increases the value of the homes that you go into there, but the value is retained until the day it moves along with you wherever you go, until the day that you transcend into the legacy system, where you take on home ownership of something that is a commodified home. And that the fact that we would have two different distinctions of our housing stock, and then making sure that they're, indistinguishable from one another. We don't want to create a sense of like what they do in Russia, where everything is cookie cutter same, and with a few exceptions. We want to be able to have varied and variety and different types of homes, and to really emphasize the value of that, and work towards optimizing for creating homes that are reflective of the character of the places to which they are being built, so that everywhere has the capacity to like really reflect the distinctions of identity and place, and to make sure that we have various options in terms of like how we can orient within living spaces, and be accommodated in the things that suit the needs of our sensibilities and our needs for creature comforts, and our sense of like, this is the best space to optimize my personhood and to live out my existence and to, you know, do what I need to do in order to face the world and achieve success when I leave my home every day. Work towards intentionally building out that stuff. And I mean, there's so much work to be done with that. We will have many things to task people with to do jobs. And so, you know, our economy is going to, you know, expand in terms of, you know, people are going to be able to be put to work to do all these very important things to help us to accomplish this stuff. Just within this, you know, policy framework of, you know, establishing a homesteading act, reimagining it. But there's more work to be done in other fronts, along with, you know, and coinciding with the concept of building out these domicile spaces within the framework of our cityscapes and our towns is also the concept of the city of cities, which is, again, this template framework that every city has that helps to provision, accommodate, steward, and support the capacity for everybody to live the good life. And we use that with intention to help to orient people and to help them to level up their lives. It operates very similar to the sense of like having a Department of Human Services that helps people attain services that they need in order for them to, you know, get the support in the areas that they need support in order for their lives to be optimized or functional or even just, you know, above the standard of poverty. But orienting it instead into the sensibilities of we're trying to innovate out the legacy welfare systems into a reimagining of what our services can be, in a sense of we're providing people with a universal basic innovation that benefits everybody to help them to, you know, work out for themselves a leveling up of their lives, but everybody's contained within it so that nobody falls behind. And our cityscapes all being built up with these frameworks that, again, seamlessly integrate into the existing infrastructures and work kind of like a interstitiary system that kind of like fills in the filaments of, you know, where we can establish these frameworks where they're going to be able to do the best service for a given area, you know, without, you know, messing up what is already existing there, but again, seamlessly integrating with it and then hopefully improving upon the situation, and then being able to be something that's identifiable, recognizable, but also like a standout indicator of the excellence of, you know, the expression of the excellence of that particular region. But if you go from one place to another, you know with certainty that you're going to find this type of integral structures of support. They will always be there. They will always have your back. You know, it's kind of like, you know, you don't take a trip across country without knowing that there's gas stations along the way, because, you know, you're not going to, one tank filled up at your home state isn't going to get you across country. You know, you're going to have to make many stops along the way, and you have to, you know, rest assured knowing that wherever you go, you're going to be able to get, you know, this resource that you need to be able to continue on. But also understanding that if you choose to go to a place and to establish roots in a new location, that there is space for you to go to, and there is a way for you to integrate into that society that is intended to be a welcoming situation. That is also intending to make sure that you are doing the work to integrate, that you're not just there to take up space, but you're there with intention to involve yourself and to belong and to do good work for these places. And, you know, part of this, again, the city of cities is about helping to optimize for the beautification, the livability, and the habitability of our cities, creating this consistency of frameworks that applies to anywhere you go, and it becomes a system that people can trust in, people can involve in, people can work on together, and it creates benefits in the realm of mutualisms, mutual benefits, mutual securities, mutual interests, you know, under the terms of mutual respect. Like, this is something of value for all of us, so let's not mess it up. for each other, you know, and really work on it with intention. There's so much work to do that. Lots of jobs, you know. And the thing about the jobs, which is, you know, the next purpose of policy, is to not just put people to work so they're employed, so they can derive an income, so they can make a living and build a life, but also to like give a sense of purpose and, you know, doing a job for fair compensation and doing work because you're building something with intention, you're contributing to something with intention. And so there's a sense of like ownership of, you know, what you're bringing forth in participation and contribution to society in such a way that is positive, you know, and make it so that it's not about, you know, filling quotas of numbers to show that we've increased the amount of jobs, because, you know, the economic indicator that really shows the vitality of our system isn't based off of, you know, how few people are on unemployment and how many new jobs have been created, but rather when you can look at the way that people live their lives, and more people are going out and experiencing their communities and their towns and the offerings, you know, of the city. They're going out to eat at restaurants and diners, and they're going out and watching movies, and they're going to the play, and they're watching the opera, and they're going to the roller rink, and they're going ice skating, and they're going bowling, and they're going to the arcade, and they're going to the library, and, you know, they're going to the museum, and they're going to the parks, and they're playing in the sports fields, and they're out walking their dogs, and they're, you know, shopping in the stores, and they're going to their supermarkets, and they're engaging in their communities, they're going to church, they're communing with one another, they're, you know, hanging out in, you know, public spaces and engaging and interacting and communicating and encountering one another. Like, those are the indicators of the vitality of our society. And you're not going to measure that based off of, you know, who's working, you know, and who's not. Or, you know, how many jobs are available for people to work, or how many new companies that have been created, you know, or how much money the, you know, stock market is raking in, you know, for the stakeholders in that game. Like, it has to be about being able to check the temperature of our society and be able to walk up to any person on the street and be like, how are you doing? And for them to, like, honestly respond, I'm doing good, you know? And to build out with intention to try to create an atmosphere of experience and a paradigm which people can involve in that brings about those sorts of outcomes, you know, that's really what we're optimizing for here. And to metric that and to measure it, you know, in some kind of like, you know, spreadsheet graphical orientation to say, like, we can predict that these are going to be positive outcomes derived in this area or that area or whatever, has to come from a sense of, we know that at any point in time we could look to the thrivability of a city and be able to take a snapshot in time and know that there's always being work done to solve for the things that are, you know, problems or points of contention. Like, there's work being done to solve problems, because there will always be problems. There will always be work to do. There will always be things that need to be maintained or fixed or, you know, rebuilt or whatever. Indicating, like, where people are focusing their attention in terms of, like, identifying problems, and where people are focusing their attention in terms of finding solutions to those problems, and where people are focusing their attention in terms of actually executing, you know, viable plans to solve for those problems in the way that we've determined this will, you know, suit the proper intended use of solving for that variable. And looking at it in terms of that, based off of, like, putting people to work to accomplish tasks and to assign people with tasks, and knowing that, you know, what they do to accomplish that task is our way to weight and measure whether or not, we're doing good or we're doing all right. And for the people to be compensated fairly in a system that metrics the good work that they have done, and then shows the results of what the fair compensation in transaction of what they offered in service, and measure that. It's kind of how we orient right now the sense of wages, and really determine the health of our economy based off of how much people are getting paid to do good work. And understanding that what we deem as good work is accomplishing these, initiatives and outcome engineering for the accomplishment of those initiatives that are aligned with our sense of building the frameworks of achieving a stewardship of well-faring. And to optimize for our systems of, okay, we're always constantly working on the homesteading. We're always constantly working on establishing the city of cities. We're always constantly working on making sure that there's good work for people and that people are willing to do that work, and they're compelled to do that through incentives of the great gains and benefits they'll have, which comes into the next realm of, like, how do we determine from that metric of, understanding the temperature check of how well society is doing, how well our economy is doing, really is based off of, we have to have a certain sense of these are the things that we're working on and accomplishing together, and that having the sense of we're working on it together because we're getting out of it something tangible and common and compelling. And I imagine this as something along the lines of a framework of, like, a might of great care package for people who involve themselves in the development of stewardship initiatives, where you can, pick your own incentive out of options of different types of services that you can select and opt in for yourselves, that helps you to support you in areas that you need the most support in order for you to do the best service to the world. And you determine what that is for yourself, but you're opened up to, a baseline standard, of, options and quantity of options, and then you can grow that expansively based off of the more service that you do to society and how your needs grow and increase over time. So, as your family grows and you need more support with the supports of childcare, your service to society in welfare and stewardship has to increase to match, comparatively with what you're going to be drawing from the system. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to put in more work hours, but you have to be able to generate value for society that is of a comparable, a comparable balance. So, there's not an imbalance in the system where, you're getting more supports than what you're able to put back in the system in terms of return on investment. And so it becomes this mutual reciprocity that we work with one another. And this is separate from your labor wage in terms of the jobs that you do work and employed. People can be directly employed to be of service and just work as a welfaring steward in return for access to this care package and all the incentives that come with it. And they don't necessarily have to have a labor wage, legacy employment job in order to get along in the world. They have a means to do work. There's always work available of some sort that they can just go out and do to earn enough of, what's necessary for the fair compensation for them to derive from the pooling of our common resource, that which they need in order to, live their life at the standard of the criterion, good life. And to provide the options for people to do that type of work helps us to make it so that it doesn't really matter if there's no new companies and no new jobs, no new businesses being created, whatever the conditions may, create that type of scenario. But if that was the case, there's still work to be done, that there's always something that people can do in order to make a living for themselves, so that they would never live without the means to support themselves and their families. And I think that's a real sense of security that we're missing in our current orientation of economics, because we're all optimizing for the sense of capitalism, and it's like trying to establish the buildup of capital so you can get shit done. And really what I'm talking about is orienting ourselves into a proper capitalism, has a proper intended use. We're doing a thing with intention, and these are the outcomes that we want to derive. And the only way to get it is to make sure that we are doing the necessary work in the right ways, the right time, for the right reasons, to make sure that we are solving for the problems, we're maintaining systems, we're building the necessary things, and we're getting the good work done that needs to get done, so that we can allow ourselves to take risks for higher things and establish more companies and businesses that do more things and offer more things to the world, and so people can involve themselves with that type of legacy employment and, take on the position of careers, or, working multiple jobs and giving their service kind of like in a, independent contractor type orientation, where you go into contract with people just to accomplish tasks and get things done, which is very much what I think the orientation of a welfaring steward who's working in this realm would be doing, is operating like an independent contractor, negotiating the terms and conditions of the work that they're doing, saying, this is what I feel is fair compensation for what I'm about to do in service for you. I see the value that will be generated there, and I understand that it's not going to be a direct equivalency, but I am willing to, agree that it is fair and just compensation if, in exchange for what I'm giving in service here, that I'm able to access, the childcare that I need for my children, so, they are well taken care of while I'm doing this work. And then my means to access, nutritious food to feed my family, and the means to pay my utility bill to keep the lights on, my capacity to take out a microloan to be able to invest in this new tool or this new implement that I need in order to do my job and my task. These sorts of things, and, really focus on helping to accomplish the bare necessities of life of a productive person in society. You need childcare if you have children in order to be productive. You need to have a adequate means of transportation in society in order to be productive. You have to be mobile. You have to have the capacity to feed yourself and to tap into, power and be able to use, that to be able to run a household efficiently. You have to be able to access housing and be able to afford to pay for these sorts of things. And there's so many different ways that we can incentivize the pooling of resources and offer it as a viable option in exchange for your service doing the work of welfare and stewardship, to the point where we could optimize a system where people can work as outcome engineers of welfare and stewardship, and do enough good work in a 4-day, 4-hour work week to get everything they need to meet the bare necessities of their life, so that they are free to, if they so choose, go out and work another job, even considered in terms of now full-time, and it not be so imposing to them. This eliminates the need for people to have 3, 4, or 5 jobs, just to make ends meet, to be able to support their family, because they know that there's always good work out there that they could go do, and in exchange for that, they're going to get this compensation that's going to help them to live their life in a sense of reasonable comforts, that could be called the good life. And it's accessible to everybody just simply by going out and doing the good work to help keep the whole system running for everyone, And then this gives us an opportunity, moving on to the next policy proposition that I have, which is really oriented towards being as compelling as I can be, to get the people who have accumulated hordes of wealth and money and power and resource to be on board with helping to, inject value into the system so that value can grow into wealth that is common resource over time. And in this sense, really working towards needing to orient how to, acquire money from people who have it and put it into the coffers that, pay for, the expense of having a resource commons of this, might of great care package that people can, optimize and choose for. And the best way that I see about accomplishing this is to go through the tax system, which will require, of course, Congress' active participation and contribution to doing the good work, to framing this in a way that can, help us to reimagine the tax code into a simplification that allows for this sort of thing to exist without having to break down the entire system, but just reimagining how it functions, essentially establishing an auxiliary taxation system that hopefully one day eventually will just innovate out the old system and just replace it wholly with this new one. But in the meantime, it's just orienting ourselves with the sensibilities that we need to have a new type of auxiliary taxation in order to accomplish the movement of masses of wealth from one place invested into a pooling of resource commons, and to do so with legitimacy, legality, fairness, justice, and mutualisms of like, yeah, we agree to this, we're not being forced to do this thing that's like pulling teeth. It's like, we're willingly all about doing this. It's like investment, but, it's in the form of tax, and it's serving a purpose that we all agree is important and necessary. And so the taxation simplification comes into creating a stewardship tax that helps to fund this pool and coffer, a portions tax that helps people to direct a portion of their tax towards specifically funding certain project initiatives that they believe are very important to accomplish sooner rather than later. And then an equilibrium tax that helps to make sure that the distribution of wealth in society is based off of a shared abundance, to the point where no one person can hold all of the money, power, and resource. There has to be a limit on that, a boundary limit on that, that says this is the safe operating space of a society that is not, afflicted by the negative outcome consequences of deepening inequality. And to draw people into a sense of like, really and strive to like, make money and all of that jazz, great, but, don't exceed this boundary limit, because we've determined if you do go in excess, it's going to throw the equilibrium of the whole system off, and it's going to start having negative outcome consequences across the board, and it will directly impact you along with everybody else, and it's not in your best interest to do so. It's not in the collective best interest to do so either. So there's a delineation of, this boundary that if you exceed it, then it goes into the realm of deviation, and that there's high cost penalties for that deviation, including you jeopardizing your entire, situation in society in terms of we will shut you down and shut you out if you decide to deviate from this, not out of spite or anger or hatred for, your intentions to go beyond, but rather saying like checks and balances are necessary in order to make sure that things don't get out of hand, and if you want to and strive for higher things, you're going to have to help to convince us and work with us to find a way to level up the criterion echelon of society so things are not too, stark in contrast between the upper echelon, of society and then the criterion echelon of society, the lowest rung of the criterion echelon of society, because there's going to be layers or levels to that that eventually go into baseline standard. Nobody drops below this point of, good life. But beyond that, we want to incentivize people to become prospects for, becoming, people who are able to really work the systems of what we have as an offering in society and turn that into, benefits for themselves and their families and for others in such a way that produces more abundance and more wealth that other people get to benefit from. And in such a way where it's expanding our human experience to make it, more wonderful, more offerings of good things. But again, within the realms of limitations where you can't go too far in excess to the point where what you're doing is actually becoming detrimental to the welfaring of the rest of society. And intentionally defining and delineating what that looks like by always orienting ourselves with this is what our criterion standard is and this is the boundary limit before you go into deviation. And then create an equilibrium tax that helps to create that, push and pull kind of effect where it's we're drawing you back, and as we're drawing you back, we're taking, this sense of, we're drawing you back by taking some of what you have, in pulling it into the resource commons to help to level people up so that it's shifting from both sides, so it's keeping that sweet spot, that Goldilocks zone, so it never has to be super excessive. It's just saying if we're moving ourselves along in a point where we're not going into excess, but we're still allowing for people to strive and expand and to grow and whatnot, we're just acknowledging the fact that, abundance on a finite resource planet, really can only look like a sense of using what we got intelligently and understanding that there has to be enough to go around for everybody, otherwise the systems don't work and everything will fall apart. So we have to be able to make sure everybody has what they need, criterion standard of the good life, and nobody has the capacity to go beyond, this boundary limit that would throw things out of whack. And as we expand and we evolve together through intentional development, the people in the criterion echelon can help to level up too, with intention to level themselves up to raise the lowest standard to a higher rung, which then makes it more expansive in terms of what people can pursue in ambition for, taking risks for higher things in the upper echelon of society. And so I think that would be a way to make it a compelling, something compelling that people can involve with, in terms of that's really what we're doing in the simplest terms, in terms of keeping things in a state of, equilibrium, where we can be in accord with one another and mutually agree, we're not in it to go after anybody. We're just trying to keep things just fair, reasonable, and right. And there's many different mechanisms by which you can approach, achieving that. Just you don't have to go into deviation and then face penalty, and the corrective mechanisms kick in for that penalty to be exacted, to bring things back into accord, you can opt in by saying, all right, I see myself going beyond the boundary if I don't invest in the portions tax, wherever I see we need to fill the need in order to level people up so that I can go a little bit higher. And so it gives you a workable system, something that's functional to apply to get things done, to help to bring everybody along with you. Nobody gets left behind. And so I think this is a reasonable way to do that. The best way I see to accomplish this is by establishing a standardization of tariffs. I know it's a terrible word right now. Everybody's frustrated with the concept of tariffs because, it's been equated in their minds that tariffs are bad because it increases the price of everything, and it's like having a double dip tax from the government. In the current form, yeah, that's exactly what it is. But I want to offer a proposition that could be not such a bad thing if those tariffs were actually going towards improving the, American situation. If it's improving the quality of our lives and our lived experiences, people wouldn't mind so much if when they buy something, it's costing them this additional, payment, because they know that additional payment is going into a collective coffer of helping to fund all of these, initiatives that we're taking on to establish welfare and stewardship. So welfare and stewardship tax is, based off of, what people spend on certain things, goes in the sense of kind of like a membership fee for being involved with welfare and stewardship and having this granted access to the Might of Great Care package with all these great incentives you get to choose from. And, you willingly participate and submit yourself to paying this tax and knowing that it's going towards funding these programs. And it's directly funding those programs. It's not being diverged into military spending. It's not being diverged into, funding, the invasion of other countries or, establishing paramilitary forces. It cannot be directed towards anything other than filling the coffers of welfare and stewardship to keep that whole mechanization running efficiently as possible. And then the portion tax is, again, saying, we have these certain initiatives in welfare and stewardship we have to accomplish. You can intentionally direct funds to go towards that. So through, this tariffing process, we are opting into paying for that, and we choose to be conscious consumers and to make choices to, participate and contribute to society in a very intentional way, because working with certain companies and being patrons of certain, services and products in certain companies, we're able to direct more funds towards this particular form of tax that can be proportionally directed towards objectives that you want to see accomplished in society. We want to build up a new speed rail, train that runs across the nation, just for example. Optimize our capacity for transporting, and getting from one place to the other as fast as possible, frictionless system. But we have to fund it, and we all agree that this is a thing that we should probably want to fund, but we cannot take on the project until it's been funded fully in advance. And so we all collectively work together to agree to direct our portion of our taxes towards getting that done. And then various projects like that exist, and we all petition one another to say, hey, this is a really good idea, let's work towards investing towards this, because if we can get this accomplished, all these other great opportunities are going to open up to us, and it's going to make the human situation here in America much more, accessible or affordable or efficient or, any one of the other variables that speak to the conditional quality of our lives and our lived experience, or improves the efficiency of our systems, so we can get stuff done faster and do more things in less time, or do more things with less money, or we're able to level up the quality of the things that we do that help us to advance from like the standard into more options that are a better offering. And we direct our funds intentionally to do that, and we can choose certain things that we purchase intentionally to direct those sorts of funds. And obviously it's the people who have more money that have more capacity to really work that system well, because they have more capacity to buy things that then larger funds can go towards accomplishing certain tasks. That's why it's important that the initiatives that are put into the pooling of portions tax can be directed towards portion tax. Has to be something that we agree on mutually, that this is what we want to work on. So you can't have special interest groups coming in and saying like, this is my special interest and I want it to get funded, by these tariff tax everybody has to pay, and so they determine by whatever scheme of lobbying that this is what's going to happen. No, we don't do that anymore. We don't believe in lobbying because it's bribery and it's distortion and it's corruption and it's fundamentally undermining of the whole concept of democracy in a republic, but rather speaking to the people and listening to them and understanding what they want and they need, and what they decide this is what we want to work on, which then comes into the realm of one of the ultimate universal basic innovations that I really think is so important for our advancement of a more perfect union, which is the establishment of an innovative technology that helps to support the president in their role of executing on the laws and guiding and directing the orientation, like the helmsman of the ship of state. Needs to have a direct line of connection with the American people, and that a transparent process of helping to inform policy decisions, but also a means to platform the distinguishments of what we've decided for ourselves. These are the initiatives we're going to work on, and what portion tax can be directed towards. It's a platform that's publicly made, and it's oriented in such a way that all people have equal access to it. Everybody's legitimized within the system. Everybody has a say because they are all relevant stakeholders, but respecting the first and foremost the decisions of the American people themselves, because we're the ones that are shareholders of the nation, but we still have to respect the considerations of all relevant stakeholders in America's success. So the system really helps to orient within that, and it gives a line of connection and communication between the American citizen and their representatives at local, state, and federal levels, and then creating this stream of relevant content information that can funnel to the executive, and they can look at it and interpret this information and derive from it insights that inform their decision making, turning this information into knowledge and reaping wisdom that helps you to make insightful decisions on behalf of the collective best interest and the will of the people. So this technology is called a President's Everything Assistant Coordinating Executive Discretion and Discernment. And it's essentially understanding, PEACE is the acronym, it's understanding that if there's a way for us to communicate together what it is we're working on together, and for the people in positions of government to be able to be informed by that stream of information, we can all work together and remain on the same page. And it's also a way for us to, dissent and to, call people out on their bullshit and give critique and to demand for change in such a way that is more constructive than just going out with a petition sign and hoping that enough media attention is garnered so that people in positions of power will pay attention and be compelled to make a change because they're forced to care. Like, no, that's still important, and we absolutely will still need that in society. It's vital, it's crucial, it's important, it's self-expression, and it's liberty and freedom lived out loud, and we need that. But we also have to have a mechanization within government that can work out the resolutions of, what we've determined for ourselves. This is what we need to get done now, and to do so in such a way that helps us solve for one of the worst intractabilities of our current situation is the fact that legislation lags behind innovation and progress. And because of that, we're constantly having to play a game of catch-up. And because of that, there's a lot of bad stuff that ends up happening to people because, we haven't captured, a sense of how to, frame this in a constructive way and contain it from becoming, corrosive or destructive to, our other systems or just our way of life in general. And so this is a way to help to fast track the system of creating laws that we need, but also helping us to be able to sunset out laws that no longer apply, that are useless, that are antiquated. And a way for people to, voice their dissent and to give their insights and to make suggestions. It's, comments and suggestions box, essentially, but is a direct line in terms of where it also triggers response. It's like if enough people come in and speak about a thing and say we need to have change in this area, it sends a signal that this is something that needs remedy. This is an intractable situation, an intractable problem, and so it's got to be solved for. And so it alerts the relevant authorities to turn their focus and attention towards getting work done to solve for that in an efficient way. And then it also helps us to establish a framework of protocols. It's kind of like having a Rolodex of like, how do you solve for that problem? Oh, well, you look for if this, then that, and apply. And so it's giving us a means for solving our problems in a way that's efficient, but also transparent so people understand the underpinnings of the decision-making and the resolution process, so that we can also make sure that things are not getting done in nefarious ways or cutting corners or doing things that are causing damage and harm in other ways that if we knew that that's what it was going to take in order to get this done, we probably would say, no, let's find a different way. And so making it as transparent as possible helps us to really see with clear eyes what we're getting ourselves into and understanding what it's going to take to solve for these problems in a way that is mutually beneficial. And it helps us to establish a fundamental baseline first principles foundation of truth. People can have their opinions and they can choose how to show up in the world and they can talk about things as they want and, they can add color and distinction and orientation however they want. Be yourself, be true. Free expression and free thinking is fundamentally crucial to human progress, and it's absolutely vital to a thriving democracy and liberty and freedom. But we have to be able to come to terms with one another that there is base truth and reality. And no matter how you want to, twist the fact and attack, no matter how you want to color skew or orient, no matter how, you want to present something with flair or fiction, the ultimate reality still holds true in this space that we've carved out for ourselves that says facts and figures do not lie. And it's not based off of what you want to believe or what you feel is the truth, but rather what is really the facts of the matter. And that we inform those systems and our sensibilities of what is truth. I always consider it in terms of a model of, we're all standing on the planet together. We all have our place, and we're all looking up at the same sky, but we only have a portion of what we can see of the sky. We can't see the whole thing. We can't be all places at one time, but we all have an orientation of certain perspective that gets a slice of the pie. We can see a portion of things. And then, reflecting that back in a trustworthy way, a trustworthy voice, helps people to, believe in, what you're saying, and to trust in it and to involve themselves with it, and relate it to their lived experience and reality. And it helps us to inform, things as they are based off of, the degrees of association and separation, to say, like, well, it's true in this case, and this case, and there's enough independent variables that verify, the validity of that, so that it is reasonable to make the distinction that this is likely base truth and reality. And it's up for questioning if new insights or information come in that say, well, actually, that's not really the case. It's more broader in context when we consider these other variables, and we take them in from reliable, trustworthy sources that have proven themselves over time, and, build up this framework of, these puzzle pieces coming together to show us, like, this is what's truth and reality. And it's an involving situation that everybody participates in, and that establishes truth. And so you can come across and say whatever you want in your own varied, personal opinions and way to show up in the world. That's fine. But, you cannot make the claim that what you're saying is truth in reality if it is a wholly contradicting to the facts of the matter. If it's wholly contradicting the facts of the matter in the context of we understand what is real and what isn't. And this is really important because I think it's going to help to solve for a lot of the problems that we have as a society in terms of people finding it difficult to get on the same page. Because everybody's experience is varied and everybody's perspective is different, and everybody, chooses to, contextualize things based off of, like, mostly how they feel. But it's also, there's a logics system that everybody has. And, we have to compel people to think critically in order to make informed decisions, so that when they're out there and left to their own devices, they're doing the right thing in terms of what's the best interest of themselves. Is this going to be good for all parties involved? Is it going to promote friendship and goodwill? Is it based in truth? And these are, part of the four-way test of established by the Rotarians, which essentially just helps us to orient with one another in terms of our relationships, whether they are personal or they're professional, and I argue even political. And this innovation helps us to be able to just establish that baseline fundamental truth and work out solutions from there, instead of this, current situation where we have, a POTUS that's governing by fiat on his personal social media page and dictating policy, from the back of a screen, and, it's not verifiable with facts. And then, as soon as he sends out a post, the whole propaganda machine comes to reinforce, to say, this is the new norm, accept it, or else. And, that's not working, in our favor. And there's nothing on that gives us a sense of consistency or stability or reliability or trustworthiness. And so it's putting us in this predicament of, like, people can't even argue with individuals who automatically default to assume that POTUS 47 is telling the truth about everything, because these people have, like, shut their brains off in terms of, really being aware of like the world and their place in it and what's actually going on. They refuse to face truth and reality because they don't want to accept the fact that, they are being led astray and they're being deceived. And so, like, these sorts of things really, they're just not possible when you have this orientation with an intentional technology that is all about establishing baseline first principles, hard reality-based truths. And then imagine being able to generate media and, journalistic integrities and, reporting of helping us to work out the contextualization of the American experience. Those sorts of things informing the system too, in addition to the inputs of individual personal experiences, these organized ways of defining and delineating what is truth and what is happening and what's going on and why things are occurring, and the underpinnings of the establishment of facts and figures into the formalization of storylines that people can follow to help make sense of like why things are as they are, and those sorts of systems informing into it, which is what I like to call like journalism is, in my view of the new orientations of government, is like an unofficial fifth branch of government. It's vital, it's necessary, must be separate in order for it to be integrity bound, but it's also truly important because it helps to keep government from being able to dictate what is truth and reality. Like, it has to, match what reporting suggests, especially when it's, based off of journalistic integrity. And the reason why it's moved into this fifth branch is because I think that we need to establish a fourth branch of government in the form of civics, which creates an actual legitimate branch of government that people are involved in, that gives the authority, the credentials, the accreditations, and the establishment of legitimacy in terms of participating and contributing to the development of this formal system of the pieced innovation. American citizens, through their role of the civics branch, help to inform the system, and then the unofficial fifth branch of government, again separate, not official, through the form of media and journalism, informs the system to give us more contextualization. And then the various representatives in the other, legacy branches of the judicial, legislative, and executive all put their inputs in as well. And it's like a big, mixing pot, and we're combining all of these perspectives and these perceptions and these propositions together to help us to establish a workable way to come to a consensus and reasonable conclusions with one another in terms of how we're going to move forward. And then everybody has their role to play to say, it's like, okay, this is the game plan, now everybody go to work to execute in the ways that your roles and responsibilities and your rights, dictate is your duty and your obligation and your responsibility. And we really define what that is, and then it helps us also to orient ourselves in such a way where we see where people are deviating from the plan, deviating from the purpose, the point of the exercise, to the point where it's becoming detrimental to themselves or to others, so that we can rein those sorts of things in and say, like, if your intent is to want to like lead the government or lead the nation or lead society or lead culture in a new and interesting direction because you really feel like this is going to be the type of experience that like everybody's going to want to live in and it's going to be good for everybody, petition for that to be, something that we explore together. Maybe that will work out, maybe it won't. But the only way to really discover whether or not that is going to be in our collective best interest is to present it as an offering, in a way where it's, common ground, fair gameplay. It's establishing the, the framework of like how we're going to be able to solve for this, situation that we're involved in collectively and together. It's like creating an even playing field. It's like creating, a common, framework of a board. And it's establishing rules and regulations, and, everybody understands the objective, and everybody agrees mutually that we're going to involve ourselves in a way that is just, fair, reasonable, and right, and work towards that together. I really think that this is the type of approach that can help us to really build that scaffolding for our lives, being able to transition from where we're at now. We're going to have to do the good, hard, and necessary work to, build up the prototypes of sorts of these different initiatives and start working them as workable solutions and bring them about, without the direct, dictation of government, and almost directly as an opposition to the existing, administration, because it's going against where they're trying to lead us, which is a direction we don't want to go. We're choosing for ourselves. We don't want to go that way. It's bad. But we're optimizing for systems that are going to help us to take extreme ownership and take control, take back the power, and to lead ourselves, through self-governance and self-determination. Like, this is where we want to go. This is how we want to apply ourselves. This is where we want to be. This is the way we want America to move, and we're moving forward together in that direction. And we build out those prototypes, and we work on it together, and we start establishing that framework for which the pieced innovation can really, exist in such a way that has a, where we become so used to involving ourselves with it, that once we're able to, under the conditions of, a Congress that's in agreement that this is what we're going to integrate into our system, and an executive that is intent on being the helmsman of this, direction that we're taking as a state, and to be able to, bring it through and integrate it into our government systems through the process of our, political representatives are integrating it into their systems of operation, and we're expanding it across all realms of government, integrating it and developing it and building it over time, and intentionally choosing to orient it in such a way where it can occupy two spaces at once. It has to be able to be in the free-wheeling, free thought, free creativity space of culture, and, our roots and culture, to be able to establish like how we're going to involve ourselves with it and how it's going to impact our lives. Like, we're in control of that part of it, but in terms of how it sits in the government is, just like the Constitution frames it, you have designated powers, and if those powers aren't designated to you, they default to the ultimate power that rests with the people. That's what the 10th Amendment's about, and so the framework for this is like, this is an instrument for administrating on behalf of the American people to, create change in outcomes that are, conducive to what we have mutually decided that we want to, and framing, our systems of lawmaking and the execution of law and the enforcement of law in such a way that is in alignment with what we, the people ourselves, are living out and experience, and adding to, the beautiful complexities of this wonderful mosaic that we're building together. And we can do this because we all intentionally participate in the use of technology in providing information and creating content that helps to contextualize our society, our culture, and our identities. All we're doing is doing that, but in an intentional way that's oriented towards informing specific systems that are focused on accomplishing certain tasks that we have decided mutually through, our opting in and our designation of, like, this is a value, what sort of things that we're going to actually work on. And then the government does its part to help just facilitate and to foster and to, keep things within the realm of fair gameplay and make sure things don't get out of hand, and solve for the intractability of the problems and these sorts of things. It gives us a way to really mechanize government that puts it into a position of a thing instead of, like this dark entity of, this sinister state or something like that we need to be fearful of or intimidated by. Rather, it is literally just like an implement, and it's just a, instrument, and it will serve its intended use, however it is executed upon. And so you need to have good operators in terms of those who are representing and serving for the roles of fulfilling the obligations and the functions, keeping the democracy working and the machinery, flowing as it's supposed to be in terms of optimization. And then coming into the position of also knowing that the people now have a way to keep checks and balance on the government to say, like, no, wait a second, you're trying to take a power that you don't really have. We are going to rein you in. And so it's comes down to a really simple concept. That this universal basic innovation is really about deepening our connections with one another, legitimizing them, giving us a means to build things, on structural balance and equilibrium, and to, break apart the things that are of illusions, and dispel the, dark mysteries that deception, ends up flourishing in, and really get down to the sense of strength in our mutual understandings of, like, how we are a collective working together in action to achieve ultimate outcomes together. Our national integrity is really important to establish, and this is a way of doing that, like, to understand, like, what it means to be American, really identify with the American identity, again, as being welfare and stewardship, but also recognizing that the American experience is varied and different, and to embrace, cultural identities and our personal self-expressions in such a way that we're not in violation of one another's, sensibilities of our own independence. The integrity of our nation is remembering itself through ourselves. Like, we are informing the systems, and we have to intentionally restore our sensibilities of what America is and what we're gonna be about. We have to use the light of our conscious acts of mutualism in order to, really describe for ourselves what we're all about and what we're here for, and use that as an intentional, like, aspiration to strive for, and something that we can lift ourselves up into, that leads our nation back towards, from this place of disunity and dysfunction and disintegration and dissolution, back into a state of wholeness and mutualism. We need to have the means to shake up the illusions when they start to build up. When things start to change and we're trying to make sense of the world, we have to be able to have a way to revert back to base truth and reality, so that from there we can build up in reasonable ways, and then solve for the imbalances that we see in terms of if not everybody's getting the message and not everybody's on the same page, what do we have to do in order to correct for that, bring people back into the involvements, and set ourselves back up to be in service of truth and to remember who we are. It's important that we remember who we are, and this gives us a means to be able to do that, and to choose balance over division, and to work to restore equilibrium in such a way that we really are a more perfect union, because we are in progress of achieving that. We are consciously in our becoming process, and itself is our way of life, and we are more intent on accomplishing these things together, because we're living proof that working together really does result in the sort of things that we would want to have as our lived experience as Americans. And so that when we start creating cultural context through our content creation and our self-expressions, and going out and living experiences and encountering, engaging with one another, we're creating meaningful moments for all of us, to help to involve us always back into this sense of this is who we are. These are the bonds that tie, and that they are based off of this continuity that we have, a baseline through line that goes through everybody. And we're working together in our own beautiful, creative, threads that run through our lives independently, and weaving them into a common thread to weave this beautiful tapestry of our human experience that is colorful and varied and vibrant and integrity bound and useful, because it's the thing by which we cover ourselves and protect ourselves from dispersing, and prevents us from losing a sense of our togetherness, the fact that we need each other. And I really think that the American situation, as this whole thing is about the state of our union, and really calling it out for what it is, as I've presented it here, saying for starters, things aren't so great, guys. America, in its pursuit of doing great, is failing to do good. Great harms are being done. Bad things are happening to good people. People are dying across the world for our lack of care, and ourselves, taking on this selfish, self-centered, isolated stance. And we're not really even working on putting America first in terms of improving the American situation, which was the whole justification why we're not helping other people in the world anymore. It's because we gotta, get our own house in order. And instead, we're just choosing to involve with different external things than what we were doing before. And most of those things we're involving with are destructive instead of constructive. They are in service to violating and doing violence than it is to, helping to preserve and protect innocence, and keep people safe, and to, help people develop and save lives, and these sorts of things. All of the good work, was killed. USAID was, killed by DOGE, and now we're in a state of blood is on the hands of every American because of, this, vital resource was taken away from people, unexpectedly and all of the sudden. Like, we're living in those consequences of, like, people died because America, was no longer able to do the right thing because the people who were in positions of power chose that it was more important for them to, make it appear like they were doing something, not caring what the effects of the consequences of their actions were. Bad things happened, The fact that we're all is suspicious of our government and we're worried that they're gonna, turn on any one of us at any given time, if we give them the wrong look. And, that's no sense of, tranquility, like, we don't have that, sensibility of us, like, where we don't have to worry about, whether or not the government is randomly gonna show up at our door and bang on it and pull us out in the middle of the night half naked and throw us in some, gulag somewhere, or, stop us in the middle of the street and rip us out and, throw us in detention centers just because we were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or the sense of the government at the federal level is going to intimidate and attack and berate and disempower and, negatively sanction, like, lower local and state government officials, preventing them from doing the good work to help to serve their communities and their constituencies because the federal government has a personal vendetta against some particular politician. And then the gross expenditure of resources to do things that don't actually achieve outcomes that are reasonable in terms of, like, this is probably necessary and important to do. We're wasting money, making commercials and wasting money on allowing, appointed officials to go and fly gallivant around the world and, party and live it up wherever, on the American taxpayers' dime. And, like, throwing money, like, at ICE agents to sign them up and, like, giving them $50,000 to, be willing to go and, be, this paramilitary force for the government and be willing to do bad things without care or concern. And, taking money away from programs that, feed seniors through Meals on Wheels, take away programs that feed children in nutritional sustenance programs to make sure they have school lunches, taking away, our, ACA credits to the point where, hospitals and clinics and facilities are being shut down and doctors and nurses and practitioners are being laid off and having to be assigned in different locations, and the closeness of healthcare is becoming farther and farther from the reach of people, which every second counts in an emergency situation, and the farther away you are from a hospital to receive urgent and emergency care, the likelihood that your death is more probable. And so we're being put in these terrible situations. I mean, why did they decide that they were going to no longer allow for accreditation for nursing programs through school? What, because they didn't want people to use student loans to become nurses? We need more nurses. If you look, the only growing trend, employment industries are in the healthcare fields. And it's because it's important. Everybody needs healthcare, and it's like the one thing that we should work on with intention the most is to establish a universal healthcare, which, in my vision, is a part of the, Might of Great Care package. Everybody needs to have, accessible healthcare, and it's not based off of optimizing the system to make sure, insurance companies are able to do their thing or whatever to equate it out to, return on investment for themselves, but we're orienting towards good health outcomes, and that payments are based off of good health outcomes, and so optimize for that or you ain't getting paid. And orient it towards that and make sure everybody has accessibility to medical care and medical facilities. And for Christ's sakes, start building up the professionals in those areas, help to increase the accessibility to education so people can enter these fields, because there is a shortage of healthcare providers, there's a shortage of nurses, and we need to be able to make sure they have a level of legitimacy so they get paid a fair wage for the very hard, dirty, necessary work that they do in service to the world. We really need to focus, and this is again a part of the Mind of Great Care package, is really focus on helping to create fair compensation for our caregivers in society. They are overworked, underpaid, completely underappreciated. Many are, invisible, and they're not counted as valuable, even though they contribute the most value to society. Whether you are a caregiver of young children, or for the sick or the elderly or the disabled, or you're a caregiver of, property, or if, you're a first responder, or if you're in the military, these are caregiving positions and caregiving roles, and they're important, and we need to support those with a sense of integrity. And to the point where, the Mind of Great Care package can function very much like, the pay package for military, where we have a base pay and a BAH and BAS, so it's for housing allowance and their sustenance allowance, and then you have access to, like what in the military has, TRICARE health insurance, which is just basic health care, that includes, all of the things that you need in order to have good health and be in a state of good health and well-being, because just like every soldier needs to be in a good state of good health and well-being in order to be an optimal, soldier to perform their roles, all people need to have that good health and well-being experience in order to live out and be their best, in service to society. And, the systems of, for lack of care, we have a tremendous amount of money that's being poured into systems that really are not functioning. And we're getting all these piecemeal solutions of like, oh yeah, we're going to draw down price of prescription in this way or whatever. And, spending all this money on, again, propaganda and advertisement. That's like, if you want to understand somebody's, incentives, you see what they spend money on, and you can see this current administration is spending money on spectacle. Everything is spectacle to them, and anything that is about, memorializing their sense of, self-aggrandizement or something of like, we're so great, we accomplished these things, so history will look back and see, oh, well, that's a, big building that you have there, and, whoever made that must have been great, like, to somehow, like, cover over all of the bad stuff that happened, while we're getting this tremendously huge ballroom being built, somehow that's going to, like, nullify the fact that the People's House was destroyed without our permission, without our consent, without even, consulting us about it, and that's wrong. But that's what they care about. They care about, the visuals, they care about the representation, they care about the, the spectacle and the flair, and none of those things, when it's boiled down to brass tacks, does anything to improve the American situation. I would much rather of POTUS 47 to say, hey, big tech bros, we're all buddy now, right? You came to my inauguration, we're tight, right? We're all about working in the same, like, orientation with one another. I scratch your back, you scratch my back, lots of back scratching. Listen, we need to get some stuff done here in America because the situation is quite dire. I inherited a mess, as, POTUS 47 likes to say. So we got to fix things and set Americans up for success to get some, good outcomes for them, some good wins, so they can feel good about their choice and don't have buyer's remorse in terms of how they voted for me. Because I'm intending to make some big changes in government, and I want to kind of like put a soothing balm over this to help kind of like ease people into accepting, like, yeah, I'm going to be forcing some real big changes on you, but I'm going to let it glide in, with these supports that just makes it a little bit easier for, as they say, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. And you guys are here, and you want me to work with you so you can do your good work in such a way that helps you and your businesses to strive and achieve and succeed. And I'm all about it because that's great for America, right? But listen, we need some help to get some things done right now that, you have the pooling and hoard of resources that you could direct towards these ends. And we can get some good things going for the American people in general, promote the general welfare, and, as a result in the incentive, man, it's going to create, a situation where Americans will not be, like, pissed off when I start doing things that are going to more directly benefit you. It's like understanding that we're all in this together, and I'm not working in favoritism, but I'm working the system of understanding that we have to work together to get stuff done. And, instead of building a ballroom that, will serve a function and a purpose, and, like, it makes sense that the real estate mogul turned president is going to want to build stuff as part of his presidential legacy. Okay, reasonable. But, first order of business is to make sure that, we're building up housing, like, instead of building this, place for, foreign dignitaries to come and involve themselves, in experience at the, White House, how about focusing on investing in building housing in Washington, D.C. to help to get all homeless people off the streets? Build up these, auxiliary domiciles that seamlessly integrate into the cityscape and add value to the lived experience of people in Washington, D.C. And do that, help us to build that, invest in that and work towards that together. So in an act of goodwill, extending, an olive branch to the American people and say, we're going to find a way to work together to do good things for everybody in all the ways that we can, however we can, in the short period of time that we have together as me being POTUS. And, I'm going to work the systems of this very special and significant role that has the capacity to reach out to people that, and make connections and to, enter agreements and to negotiate with people to get stuff done that would otherwise from any other position really not be possible, because you don't have the leverage point by which to, stake a claim and give an offering and these sorts of things. And POTUS hasn't done that. POTUS 47 has decided instead that it's, a players club and everybody buys in with their high-end membership, and it's the who's who and, the most elite and those who are most successful. He surrounds himself by those people because he feels like it reflects good on him. He's like, look at all these people that, I can, touch and be involved with, and all of them, have to revert to me and seek my permissions for things. And so I got power over everybody, and it makes me feel like a big person. And, we're all going to live it up, and we're going to party, like, the White House is Mar-a-Lago, and, this is a club of elites, and we're going to focus on making things happen for them, and we're going to brag and, boast and, champion for all of these successes of, look at all this money we're getting invested in AI and, in this industry, and we're going to, advance coal, and we're going to, like, get rid of, like, clean energies because that contradicts, the oil and the oil industry and all of these things, and like he's proud of these orientations and these ways that he's leading America that doesn't really bring into the American situation something that like is mutually beneficial for everyone. So we have a bunch of elitists that are running amok, and the politicians don't give up about what's happening in the lived experiences of everyday Americans that are now like trying to figure out how are we supposed to make it in this world when our social support systems are being cut off and defunded and dismantled and disintegrated and swallowed up by other administrations in the government, and they're not getting the proper attention and care, and the people who were serving in those roles diligently and in selfless acts of good service to our country, those people are being kicked out because they're not willing to submit themselves to following suit with whatever the whims of POTUS 47 says and dictates is going to happen, or they're going to stand up in contrast and say that actually doesn't align with the Constitution, that's actually illegal, sir, you're not allowed to do that, you don't really have that sort of power, that's actually going to cause a lot of problems in this other area, and so we really probably shouldn't do those sorts of things. Those checks and balances are gone, and because of that, a lot of bad things are happening. And then you see this expression of his sheer intention to be violent and do violence against people and weaponize the government against anybody he perceives as being weak, and he can direct the powers of the government to impose upon them some form of harm that he will delight in, knowing that people are suffering because of his orders, and there's no consequence to it because he has immunity because I'm president and I say we got to do this thing, and under the new terms of interpretation, government or president can do whatever they want, and there's never any consequences for it. In that sensibilities, he doesn't have any personal restraint or refrain or soul print alignments of moral legitimacies to say like, I'm too good of a person, I would never do that bad, or if I made a mistake in an error, I'm gonna correct it, I'm gonna like intentionally follow through on the commitment to set things right. Like, he doesn't have those orientations. It's not in his character, it's not who he is as a person, and so he has no personal checks or balance, and now he has no corrective mechanism in government to keep him in checks and balance. He's surrounded by a bunch of sycophants who are not going to try to direct him in a good direction, and so he's just run rampant. And the really tragic thing is, when you look at it, I very much see his experience as him being an elderly person who is obviously declining and losing his touch with reality and his capacity to do things and accomplish tasks. What I'm seeing happening is the people who he's surrounded by in his administration are doing essentially, elderly abuse and exploiting his, vulnerability of his old age and senility, and working him like a little puppet from a distance and getting him to do things that maybe if he was cognitively aware of what was happening and what was being asked of him to enact, he probably maybe wouldn't do it. So you have these bad actors like, Stephen Miller, who's going in and, a person that never would ever be able to become president because of who he is as a person, effectively being, a shadow president and, determining and dictating outcomes that are based off of a very racist, hateful, violent agenda, and, people are getting harmed and he's delighting in that, and so it's sad to me to see this form of elderly abuse being inflicted upon the president, but man, it's really terrible for the situation of how weak that makes America. Not just in appearances, but we're weak. And these are vulnerability points that can be exploited by our adversaries. And here's our POTUS aligning with people that used to be our adversaries, like Russia and China. You know, they're letting the guard down on all of those fronts and saying, you know, we're not gonna consider those people, you know, as threats to our, you know, American integrity anymore. And putting all those guards down, and, you know, in having a weak president who really isn't all together there, is creating an opportunity for vulnerabilities to be exploited by bad actors with nefarious intent who do not have the best interest of America at heart and actually want to cause harm to us because it will help to advance their agendas of wanting to become, you know, the superpower and supersede, you know, America. And, you know, Donald Trump and his family are working behind the scenes to help to establish themselves as this, you know, superior race and this superior, you know, elite, you know, conglomerate, and setting up America for failure while creating all these ties with these foreign entities that really are adversarial towards America, and then setting America up for failure. It's like he wants everything to go to crap because if America's weak and America gets defeated from the inside out, you know, they'll be able to go anywhere else and still live a thriving, happy life. And they won't have care or concern about, you know, the harm that it's going to cause to Americans here because they're already proving themselves as careless. They don't care about you. They don't care that, you know, harm is being done to you. And they're perfectly fine if things fall apart. And so you see these, you know, sordid interests. The POTUS 47 is not able to focus on caring for the American people because he's so involved in these entanglements with these foreign entities and, you know, these foreign business interests and, you know, his stakes in these claims of cryptocurrencies and, you know, various technologies and, you know, useless crap that you don't need that he's branding on it, and buildings and real estates and all of these, you know, backroom deals that, you know, supposedly his family is running the family business, but it is, you know, obvious that they're gaining advantages of POTUS making decisions to favor circumstances by which his family can take advantage of having the insider, you know, knowledge of the president is going to move things in this direction with intention, and they can capitalize on it, and they are. And the wealth of the president has, you know, expanded and inflamed, you know, and been engorged so much in such a short amount of time. It's like really a gross perversion and a true, like, disrespect of the sensibilities that, you know, coming into a role of government isn't about, you know, self-enrichment. It's about service, public service, to help to be in service to the American people, to, you know, significantly, substantially, and intentionally improve the quality of their lives. And POTUS 47 is not capable of that because he is too invested in figuring out how he can make these power plays that go to benefit him directly, or his family, or those people he owes special favors to, or those who have, you know, convinced him one way or another of, you know, do this thing for me, and you know, it'll in some way, form, or fashion, you know, amp up your ego or, you know, increase your net worth. And it's really tragic to see that happening because it's making the value of our government worthless. You know, we have no values anymore, you know, in sense of like, America's still there somewhere underneath it all, right? It's got good bones. We have good bones. But what has been built up and erected around, you know, these, you know, the good bones of our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence, and, you know, all the wonderful work that we've done together to help to establish, you know, civil rights and social organizations and, infrastructures and, welfare systems and these things that are helping people, social supports and stuff, all of those things like exist in some form or fashion still, kind of like not altogether functional because they're being ignored and neglected for lack of care by the current administration. But built up in its place, where all the focus and attention is going, is to building out systems that are disadvantaging people to make them more exploitable by people who seek to profit off of the suffering of others. And it's a tragedy. You think of how much money is being thrown into, the incarceration system. In America already had a very high concentration rate. I mean, the highest concentration rate ever. It's like such a punitive system. It's not about restorative justice. It's about confining people because we don't know how to deal with the fact that they're deviating from, our laws, rules, and norms. And, it's just not right. And there are a lot of good people who are locked away in prisons right now and had their entire lives, trajectory swung into, disarray because they made poor decisions, based off of, a bad situation or something like that. And it's not to say there aren't bad actors with nefarious intent that absolutely must be, cornered off from the rest of society and kept from being able to do further harm to others or themselves. But there is a tremendous amount of people that are in the criminal justice system right now and who are in confinement that don't really belong there. They belong back home with their families and their communities and to be active participants and contributors to society, because there's so much economic viability in them if they were a part of the general American experience. But instead, many of them are walled off in these prisons and forced into servitude, working hard labor, manual labor for pennies a day, in these prisons. And the justice system is rigged to send more people into that, so there's more bodies to fill those positions. And it's exploitation of people, and it's wrong. And, the refinement of that system definitely has to go into refining our judicial system, but it also has to refine our enforcement system in understanding, if we are allowing the corruptibility of our policing forces, and allowing the corruptibility of people who are writing laws, and allowing for the corruptibility of people who are interpreting those laws, in such a way where they're all in on the same scheme of trying to feed people into this system of incarceration so they can be exploited, without anybody questioning whether that's right or wrong, because, they've been pointed at and said they're criminals, they're bad people, they're getting what they deserve, sort of thing. This is a cruel and inhumane situation, and it's wrong fundamentally, and to be able to correct for that problem is going to take a lot of intentional work. But you certainly don't see that coming from a POTUS that, has himself, tried saying, what is it, the exonerated five or whatever, where Trump called for their execution, based off of him not caring the actual facts or details of the situation, but looking at these gentlemen as, young black boys whose lives didn't matter, to the point where he felt justified in saying that the appropriate course of action, given, what is assumed to be the facts of the situation, the execution is the resolution to, this outcome. And coming to find out that, these gentlemen were actually, innocent and done very wrong by this whole distorted system. Trump, even as he stands now, knowing that those people were exonerated, he still stands by his decision to call for their execution because he doesn't see value in their lives, you know, which I believe is stemmed from the sense that he's a very racist person, you know. And like, what was it, him posting this thing about the Obamas, you know, I don't know whether or not he was even cognitively aware that he did that, but he, you know, he doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on it to say, like, it's perfectly fine that he does those sorts of things. Racism is normalized in his world, you know, and the fact that he tried, like, covering that up to say, like, I can't be racist because I've taken pictures with black people before. And it's like, no, like, don't you fucking dare, excuse my language, don't you dare use black people as a prop to give you legitimacies to try to, you know, cover over your actual deeply internalized and ingrained racism. It's like, that is the most racist thing that you could possibly do. You know, there's nothing wrong with, you know, developing, establishing relationships with, you know, black people, but at the same time, maybe not wanting to wholly, you know, engage with black people or whatever. Like, I get it. Like, some people have this deeply internalized, you know, racism that they have been conditioned into. But there never should be a point in time where people think that that whites are a superior race and that black people are just pawns or props, or, you know, these problems that have to be dealt with, you know, in extreme ways, or, you know, something to be mocked and ridiculed and made fun of. Like, are you kidding me? It's so disgusting to think that anybody would be okay with treating another person in such a dehumanizing way. You know, off of some arbitrary distinction of, like, the amount of melanin somebody has in their skin. You know, and also, I mean, culture and how, you know, black people show up in the world and how they express themselves and how they identify with their heritage and their ancestry, like, these are different as well. And I think that's a lot of why white people, like, are so fragile and weak in their, you know, egos, worthless defense to constantly have to lash out at black people, because they don't have that sense of unification, this capacity to really know your place in the world and have a history that is so unifying in terms of, you know, black people are bonded by this common lineage of being descendants of slavery and some of the most inhumane, you know, human experiences inflicted upon them. And I think there's a lot of white people that are jealous of the fact that, you know, black people have that common heritage, despite the fact that it's a terrible, terrible thing to, you know, to come from. But white people don't have that sense of empowerment of having overcome this great struggle and surpass that and come out on top, and to be able to reach even the pinnacles, heights of society for a black man to be able to become president. I think white people really have a lot of insecurities that they project onto black people in the form of violence and hatred and racism, because they don't know how to reconcile within themselves that, yeah, you know, your ancestry were the, you know, villains in that story and absolutely did the wrong thing. And not all of white people were that way, but it took a whole lot of time before enough white people came to see the light to be able to change the situation and stand with our black brothers and sisters to help to liberate them and bring them into the wholeness of our human experience. And I think it's shameful that white people have taken on this sense that, you know, because we were able to suppress certain people, that means that we are, you know, capable of superiority, and people are trying to bring us back into a time where they're againing racism and slavery and segregation and oppression. and, directing it towards Black people because, there's enough really insecure white people that are jealous of the fact that their common heritage is coming from a place of them having to reconcile the fact that, white people suppressed Black people. And, I get the whole concept of not wanting to live in the shame of that. I really do. But nobody's expecting you to live in the shame of that. All we're asking is for you to stop trying to reinforce the sense that there is any difference between ourselves and focus instead on our common humanity and respect all lives, and allow people to show up in the world how they choose, and establish your own roots in culture that's not based off of hatred and racism and violence, and cruelty, but rather love and respect and integration and togetherness and belonging and empowerment and building each other up, because those are all the things that Black people have been able to form together in coalition and unison with one another, and because they had to form those bonds because it was the only way that they were ever going to survive and make it through this violent oppression of themselves. White people can find better ways to relate with one another that doesn't have to be based off of a sense that we're better than anyone, and it's traumatic to me to see people in government who have these racist tendencies and who use racist rhetoric and intentionally form policies to set Black people, people of color, people of different ethnicities at a disadvantage in order to elevate the status of white people so they can reconfirm their sense that we're superior. It's no, you're perpetuating the same constructs that existed as, slavery in the United States, was at our founding. And, those are dehumanizing, and they shouldn't be normalized, and they shouldn't be accepted or tolerated. And so it frustrates me to, especially seeing POTUS being somebody who, sanctions and tolerates, perpetuates, and encourages racist, constructs in our society, in our culture. And to be unapologetic when he is racist, and be unwilling to self-correct and to, make amends when he, crosses a line of distinction that we as a society have collectively said, man, that's racist. It's sad. It's sad to me. And, I think that speaks to a lot of why we're having this resurgence of the Christian white nationalism, and many people thinking there's a one religion and one race, and we're one people with one destiny, and that is all about suppressing anybody who doesn't fit our pretty little version of this is what an American is, and to intend to oust anybody that doesn't fit that exact model and form, and then to incentivize the propagation of a superior race of babies in order to fill the coffers of, society, because we're going to need more bodies to fill the positions once we get out all of the other people, of the unsavory characters that don't, comport with our sensibilities of, this is who belongs. Racist, and then you have the big problem, and I'm going to end on this because I've already talked for quite a long time, but it rolls into really what is to come in the next few months and the next few years as we round out this term of POTUS 47, and as our union evolves from where we are to where we're going in terms of where this racist, violent, MAGAfied government is leading us, and where we the people are going to do good work to try to lead youth in the future in a better, more positive direction. It's coming to terms with the fact that the next POTUS of the United States of America has a lot of work to do to restore integrities, reconcile all these problems, mend the rifts, help us to, build the infrastructures that help us to prevent these sorts of things from happening by future presidents, like clean up the mess and untangle, the messiness that's there, and to restore, ties with our allies, and to reconfirm those sorts of things that we are willing to, do as a nation on behalf of the greater, planetary paradigm that we are all relevant stakeholders in. Like, lots of work to be done in those areas, and it's going to take the might of great care, and I believe that that is going to be best approached by a woman, and I see myself as a capable woman able to fulfill the role of becoming President of the United States of America. But much like we have a deepening resurgence of racism that is coming mainstream and being accepted and normalized and tolerated by a lot of, influencers and public figures and people in positions of power, money, and influence, there's also a resurgence of misogyny and intentional oppression of women in an attempt to put women in their place and to distinguish it as being lesser beings and subservient to, the higher power of male dominance in this deeply distorted patriarchy. And I am presenting myself as challenging that paradigm, because what I understand, given my life experience of working as a carpenter, mostly a male-dominated role, right? Working in carpentry and construction, I, in most cases, have been the only woman, at a work site or in a workshop. And that has always been this difficult challenge of having to assert myself in my femininity and my independence and my capacity and my talents in such a way where my good work is not diminished for the fact that it was sourced from a woman. And I have to work extra hard, and I have to present myself in a different way and show up in the world in a different way than a man would. I have been disadvantaged and intentionally been passed up for opportunities and privileges and advantages because they're given intentionally towards men in order to empower them so that they take up all of the, leverage points in society, so women can never get a handle on shifting things to make, gender equality a lived experience, that we can truly embrace. Like, men are, so, frightened of women being empowered into positions, and it's not all men, because I can't make, the broad generalization. This does not apply to all people, but there are misogynistic men who are intent on suppressing women because they know that on an even playing field that women can do anything that men can do. They can just also do it backwards and in heels, as the saying goes. But the idea of, I've always had to be in this, competitive position to assert myself in my femininity, in my capacity to do work that is traditionally viewed as a man's job, and to do it well in such a way where I am critiqued at a higher rate, and people are always, skewing their criticisms of me to orient it towards it's not, a incapacity to perform a certain task, or making an error, or doing things right that fits protocols, and exacting outcomes that achieve a proper intended use, and looking at it in the terms of no small task done poorly, and doing the right thing. Like, none of those things are viewed in the perspective of I'm just a good, hard worker that really loves to be in service, and I appreciate building things, especially when they're utilitarian things. And I take pride in my work, and I love to help to lessen the burden of other people and do things in my talented way to help to be, able to produce good outcomes for other people that are of value in enriching for their lives. And to do so in such a way where, like, how I do anything is how I do everything, in a sense of really pouring my heart into it in fullness and with intention to, like, complete the task, follow through on commitments and to do it right, so that I can look back on it and say, like, I did the best that I could do. And all of that is oriented towards, oh yeah, but you're a woman. I played sports. I played football in school, and being out on the field, I would enter the field with all my gear on, my helmet and everything, and my name on the back. Nobody could distinguish me from the boys until the end of the game. And then all of a sudden, it didn't matter what I accomplished on the field, how I ran the plays, that amazing tackle that I made, and the interceptions, and like all of these different things, like none of that mattered at the end of the game. When I take off my helmet, my hair unfolds, and it's like, oh, you're a chick. And all of a sudden, everybody takes it in the context of, you're a woman, this is not your place. And it doesn't matter what you did, you were doing it, and it doesn't equate to our sensibilities of, a woman's place and what a woman is capable of. And so they diminish my accomplishments, and they diminish who I am as a person in order to shrink me down to size, to make me manageable, to fit into their sensibilities, where they can say, oh, it doesn't matter that I got my ass whooped by a girl, because girls don't belong in sports anyway. And, oh yeah, but, you can't do, this bit of violence or whatever, or I'm going to call you a name, and at least I don't bleed out of orifices, which is a common one that I hear in terms of, like, trying to justify, a girl can't do what a man does. And it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. But at the same time, like, it's given me a sense of resiliency, of being able to, take no crap from anybody, and accept, like, there's going to be lots of people with criticism, and they're going to bring in their cruelty, and their intents and their purposes are to put me in a place, in a context, or to, like, objectify me and possess me and, do things to me that maybe isn't so appropriate. Get that commonly as well. And it's a challenging place to be a woman. Men don't have to deal with that. I'm sure there are instances, and I will not say that it does not ever happen, that men get objectified. It definitely happens. And there is definitely sexism in terms of, people hating on men, and it's fundamentally wrong. But women are, bearing the bulk of the burden in terms of this, conflict between genders. And, it again brings me to, like, this sense of why a woman would be an incredible leader for the United States of America, because of the need for the might of great care. As a mother, I'm naturally a caregiver. I am compassionate, I'm loving, I'm considerate, I'm patient. I give guidance, and, I help to correct people and, keep them in striving towards their best version. I champion for their success. I know how to understand how to run a house and think of everybody and everything. And I've spent my life being, a homemaker and a housekeeper and a caregiver and a mother and I was once a wife, and I understand how to care about people in such a way of setting them up for success and in such a way of fostering their well-being. And I happen to be very talented as a carpenter and a builder, and I love building doors. And I've started my carpentry, as a child at a young age, stealing blocks of wood from my grandpa's wood pile and, sneaking into his workshop and using his tools to help build doll houses for myself. And then I'd sneak into my grandma's room and steal bits of fabric and craft myself dolls. And I've always been a maker and a builder, and in the position of, becoming a door builder, like the capacity to build something that has a proper intended use really opened and expanded my world in terms of like seeing everything as an inefficient system and something that is a problem needing a solution, and finding a way to be able to innovate out, the problems and the hitches and the glitches and create efficiencies in the system so it can be operable in an optimized way. Like, all of those things have been deeply ingrained in myself in the sense of using the combination of my creativity and my, capability for crafting and, combining things and taking, raw materials and turning them into these useful things. Like, all of that has informed my capacity for understanding how to build out systems of integrity that people can place trust in, that help us to accomplish things together. And that's a very valuable thing for somebody in a position of government and decision making to have and to possess as a deeply internalized, character trait and talent and skill and ability, because of the fact that putting that into service for the American people would be in such a way, taken into the context of my desire to really govern on behalf of the American people, in a sense of almost like a parental figure, in a sense of wanting to nurture your growth and your development and foster your well-being, but also understanding how to build the things that are going to help to optimize your capacity for doing that. Essentially creating, a homemaking effect, in the role of government, and everybody needs that mother figure in their life. Everybody needs a mom. And, women birth the world, women can lead the world. And so I think that, especially if my intent is to take it from a position of I'm not trying to assert some sort of weird, feminism that is about knocking men down and, asserting myself in a higher position of authority. Instead, it's no, I want us to be able to come into this mutual accord with one another, where we can be respectful of everybody's, place of belonging, and nurture and cultivate our ways of showing up in the world in a way that isn't about, these binary distinctions, and isn't about, trying to assert, some form of dominance over another, but rather really truly embracing that we are complements to one another. We're concomitant, we're conciliatory, and that the consilience that comes from this sense of we are capable of bringing out the best in each other when we're able to like fully embrace our masculine and feminine energies that everybody has inside of us, and then to not demand that society forces us to conform into the binary, relationship of, girls like pink and boys get blue, and that's all that you have, offered to you in terms of options in your life. I've always been mold breaking in that. I mean, I'm a woman who plays sports, and I'm a woman who builds stuff, and I can hang with the guys just as much as I can chill with the women, and I don't see myself as like fitting any one like basic form. I definitely identify, my pronouns are she, her, hers, but and I am a straight woman, and I am very much an ally for people and their chosen personhood and all orientations. Love is love. But I don't see myself in competition with anybody. Like, I'm not here to make other people out to be, something that they're not. I'll call them out on their bullshit, for sure. I will champion for their better version, absolutely. But I don't take it from the approach of, like, because I said so, because I know what's best for you. Rather, I can see your potential, and I just really want to cultivate the capacity for you to express yourself in the most viable way that I think will help to lead to, better life experiences and more happiness for yourself. I see your potential, and I want to bring that out in you, and I want to help you to succeed at the things that you pursue in your interests and your ambitions, because to me it matters that you do good and you do great, because I'm supporting you, not because I need to take credit for your success, but because I want to know that while I'm here in this world, I'm doing everything I can to help people to achieve their best version, because, I was not set up for that success in my life, and I was not cultivated as a person. It took many years of me being broken down as a person before I was able to self-assert and self-determine to build myself up to become, who I am today. And I'm still in my becoming process. It's just like America, ever more perfect, form. But I have learned and grown so much in my life, but I was, raised in disadvantage, and really deeply ingrained that a woman's place is submission, and that all you can ever be worth is to be a mother and a wife, and you can do anything you set your mind to, but we're not going to help you to succeed at anything. And that's a tough place for someone to come from, but then meeting the oppressions of the world that also try to tell me that you can't because you're a woman. I've been fighting this uphill battle my entire life of trying to assert myself in a male-dominated society that doesn't have a place for somebody who sees themselves as not conforming to these molds of distinction that says this is, all you can be. And I think that has helped me to be somebody that can be a very deeply compassionate leader and very empathetic to others. I've developed